I apologize for the music. What's good, family? Let me see. No, let me check right now. Where's this music coming from? All right, found it. All right, good morning, everybody. So, real quick, what did we say? Excellent, 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 right? So, again, we told everybody the market was gonna run up to 598, 599 if it holds 580. And you're pretty much right here. So, for those of you who still are holding any contracts for the top, again, I would sell out of 80% as soon as we open and then keep the rest for 12 o'clock. We're probably going to see another peak here. If it just falls out the sky to fill the gap here, that's perfectly fine. The gap's not that large anyways. It's only like basically $1.25, like $1.50. So first thing I want to personally check is the Tesla contract, because Tesla actually ran up and it pretty much held all of its value. So first, let's see the Tesla contract. Okay, so we're up 33% on the Tesla contract here, immediately at open. So we're just going to go ahead and take our win here. We pretty much hit our goal for today with an overnight contract, so we don't even need we really don't need to trade no more. So we're basically done for the rest of the day, is what I'm saying, for one of the accounts. Of course, we have many, many other accounts, so we're just going to use those now. If you get below this yellow line, which is 592.51, and it holds below it, usually markets fall right back down to the next yellow line. There's a very heavy just form of magnetation. I was trying to look for a word there, but you could really start magneting straight down to that next yellow line, as long as you stay below the first yellow line. So let's say if the market's running up into the yellow lines, the second it gets above the yellow one, you would play calls to the next yellow one. It's about $1.50. So it kind of works out to be about around like a 30% gain, you could say, 40% gain, depending on how fast it does it. So yeah, for those of you who are looking to get into puts here, just watch that. For those of you that are looking to get into calls, keep it simple. Sorry, I had the words just in the way right there. But as soon as you get above the orange line, you're going to go straight to the red one. That's exactly why it crashed at the red line pre-market. It was a very important level. And as we always say, whenever the market's going to do something major, it always magnets to these very important levels. Take, for example, the red line down there, right? You basically hit near that area, hit right in between the halfway point. You didn't touch it. So what that meant was you were going to go to the midpoint. You went to the midpoint, instantly shot up to the top, and you're pretty much now dropping to the floor here. So it seems like the Tesla contract is still going up here. So let me show everybody real quick. So SPY is going down. Our Tesla contract is going up here. We're up 70% now. And it's not really moving, so this is very confusing. So again, we're up 70%. It didn't get hit by our stop loss below. It just kept going up. So again, what we're going to do here is keep moving up our stop loss. Let's see if now it's going to get filled as it's falling. Remember, if Tesla holds here, what it's going to want to do is run straight to 380. Let me show everybody just so you can see what I see. So again, everybody, look at this. You hit the bottom, you hit the top of Tesla. You hit the bottom right over here. You then rose right back up to the top. Hit the quarter point. You got stuck on this quarter point, which is that dotted line right there. The one I'm hovering on, right? The one that's going diagonally across the screen. You then fell to the midpoint, the diagonal midpoint. You then fell to the diagonal quarter point again, just like how you did it up here. But this time you held it pretty nicely. After that, straight back to the midpoint, straight back down to the halfway point of the two. Back to the midpoint, now to the quarter point, back to the midpoint, back to the quarter point. So I want to see if now it had basically enough reactions for it to get sent up to the high again. That's what we're doing right here. We're trying to wait for enough reactions to kick in so that the next major move is going to be basically what we're set with. Other than that, once Tesla hits 400 or 350, we're going to hop into our next contracts. Nvidia. Absolutely phenomenal. So look at the Nvidia chart, everybody. This is one of the reasons why I had created the, the DARP chart for Nvidia first in January. So again, this chart was made in January. Let me put that into perspective for you. Again, this chart was made in January. That's how you had to look at it. So, of course, it says down here, this is your first major target for puts when you're playing the puts going straight down. So when the market fell down from the high of 150, we also timed not only the SPY, but also Nvidia as well. And yeah, we had a really nice entry down here. If we look at our other picture, which is showing you the entries that we had laid out, we told everybody to buy 0-day, 5-day, 11-day, 17-day, 30-day, and 90-day plays all at these circles here. And as you all can see, that was at 90. Right now you're at 140. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely smashed out the park right there. And it's not just Nvidia, right? The wildest part is if I just go ahead and select Microsoft, you're going to start noticing something funny, right? Look at where Nvidia's at. Everybody, just stare at this for a second. Look at where Nvidia's at. Now look at where Microsoft is at. So they hit the bottom point and then they went right back up to the top, right? Again, let me go back to Nvidia. The bottom point went right back up to the top. So finally, the S&P is actually now catching up with the SPY. It took it long enough, but now everything is matched up with the SPY, which is perfect timing for another large move, ladies and gentlemen. So if we get sent above 600, yeah, the whole entire stock market is going to make a new high. Before SPY even hits a new high of 613, if we get above 600, the whole entire market's going to hit a new high. If SPY does not get above 600 at all, the whole entire market's going to start crashing right back down. And you're going to go right back down to potentially, it sounds crazy, but Nvidia could fall right back down to like 105, 110, just because of how quickly you got sent up. Remember, news, earnings, of course it's going to affect it and speed things up. However, the technicals are everything. If the technicals state that you're basically at a point where you're overbought, you're overbought. You know, and that's that. That's pretty much it. And that's for the whole entire market now. The only thing that's not where it's supposed to be, which is a large market, is the euro. This is the most confusing thing. Because at this point, with SPY making a new high, you would expect the euro to start crashing out the sky, right? Well, if you look at the euro right now, the one thing you're going to notice is that the entry we got a couple days ago, which was down here, we're now up massively. So for those of you who are in that euro trade as well, please just sell out of it right now. The fact that the European markets are running up right now makes no sense at all. Something's going to break here. So again, ladies and gentlemen, something will break here. Just be very careful. If you're in any of the euro trades, any of the longs, again, just sell out of it right now. We're going to have to do some research here. Let's do some digging. So you filled some of the gap, right? Part of it. You then started running right back up to 593. Let's go ahead and put our reversal points on the screen just so we can get some direction here. The next trade we're gonna do is we're gonna use that profit from Tesla because the account was basically at $4 yesterday. Well, $4 and something cents, so basically $5, right? And now that account is all the way at $20. So again, we went from $4 to $13, and then overnight we traded Tesla, and now that account is now at 20. The funds are unsettled, right? Because this was a cash account, but because we like playing it, you know, a little dangerous, we're gonna use that unsettled funds like we do every day. And by the way, we've never gotten a PDT restriction, knock on wood. Just playing. You don't need to. We're never going to get one. Trust me. Unless we actually do it by mistake. Then okay, and we might be able to get one. But no, yeah, we're never going to get a PDT restriction because we're doing it on Webull. That's the thing. When you have a cash account on Webull, the most amazing thing is that if I have $1,000 and I use the whole entire $1,000 with one trade, and let's just say I make, you know, $1,500, you could still use that $1,000 again to trade. It's just you can't sell it for a loss. If you sell it for a loss, they're going to give you good faith violation, right? If you sell it for a profit, even if it's 5, 10, 20%, just try to not sell it for like 3% profit. The only time I've ever been PDT restricted, or not PDT, I've gotten a good faith violation was when I actually had sold something for like 3% on, I think it was it was either Robinhood or Webull. I forgot which one. But I sold it for like 3%, 4% because I was just trying to hop out the play. And what ended up occurring was it sold it right beneath my cost basis. So it gave me a PDT restriction. So as long as you don't do that, you sell everything in profit, which means you have to get into a very likely trade. You know, if your trade is unlikely, if it's dangerous, we're just not going to put the money into it. So for everybody who's playing those puts, like we had suggested earlier, if you're below that yellow line, you're playing puts right back down to this next yellow line right below you. The 200 is in the middle of them, so of course it makes things a little more dangerous than normal. But again, that's your first priority. Once you get below this yellow line and then below this orange line, then we could fall out the sky and go straight down to 585. Got that, everybody? So again, just pay attention to these colored lines while I fix everything in the background. I don't think there's much to fix, but yeah, because this market, this is like a perfectly weird position for everybody. Now everybody's sad because you just ran up as much as you did and just reset everything. So imagine how chaotic people are right now. But again, that's just the beauty of it. That's why I'm thinking right now we really take this slow. Let's not rush into nothing. Let's put some reversal points on the screen now. I think we went over everything we needed to go over. Tesla, Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple. Well, we didn't go over Apple, but I believe Apple's in the same. Actually, we didn't check it, so I'm not going to say nothing. When we check it, then I'll confirm it. I don't want to say something is false. Okay, so where's the opening price? Opening price, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be at 593.04. 593.04 is right up here at the top. So as you all can see, you're stuck by the second reversal point. If SPY gets sent up, it did basically the same thing. When did it do the same thing? Yesterday, basically. You ran almost up to number 2, and then you fell straight down to number 3, then back to number 2, then back to number 5. So today, if we do that, you could basically potentially perform something that's opposite to it, which would mean, again, you fall down to number 2. We run up to number 3, which is 595. Once we get to 595, we start consolidating basically until like 1 or 3, and then we get sent up to the higher high. Again, that's using the market to our, to our favor, basically is what I'm trying to do here. Because that was the reaction we got yesterday, correct, everybody? So now, if you want to understand ranges and how to understand, like if you're trying to understand flow, the one thing you need to understand is, what did the market do? How high did it run up? After it did run up, what did it then do after that? How much did it fall? Did it consolidate? Did it hold? Every little, part of that equation is very important. So the next day, the first thing you would always do is look at the previous day's reaction and always reverse it. That's the first thing you need to do every single day. Look at yesterday's reaction and then just reverse it for today. About 40 to maybe 30% of the days that you see that occur are a reaction just like that. And it's just like a weird little pattern where you do something on Wednesday and then Thursday you just do the complete opposite, or maybe Friday you do the complete opposite. Sometimes it does take a couple days, but for now, just pay attention to the 2 days, right? Just one day at a time. Don't try to compare the 1st with the 17th. Not yet, at least. Not until I can show you how to do that, because I've already created a system for doing that. This, however, I have not created a system, but this is easier generally to understand. Again, just look at yesterday. Look at how much you ran up from the open. Look at how much you fell down. Look at how much you consolidated, how much you ran up right after that, and then how much you fell. Imagine you're taking that trend and just like putting it into a file in your brain and you're remembering it, right? That's basically what I do with all trends. I just try to remember them as much as I can, and usually the only way I could do that is remembering the numeric number of it going up and down from open to close. Almost as if it's like a path, right? Left, right, up, down, left, right, up. You know what I mean? So you have to remember it like that. And besides that, that's like your first introduction to understanding the range or the flow. Reason why I say that is because top to bottom, there's a certain number that the market moved up yesterday. Therefore, if today doesn't move up as much as yesterday, it's going to probably move half of yesterday's. It's probably going to do half of yesterday's move, which would mean, again, let's go ahead and range it and measure it. Again, this is what you should do every single day. Take that box. You put it right at the highest price of the open. So it's about right there. Actually, the open price is like right here. Yeah. As you all can see, you're storming right back down to the floor. So congratulations to those of you who listen to the puts. If you have the puts now, please sell out just in case, because you're next to that other yellow line and it's getting a little spicy now. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to wait for it to hit that dotted line, and then I'm going to buy a call right at this dotted line, because that's half of yesterday's move. If I show you what I did yesterday, you're going to be baffled. Watch this, right? Look at this real quick. Before the move happens, go, go, go. So look, that was yesterday's move, or the day before it. That was Tuesday's move. If you put this to yesterday, look at where the market first fell down to. Half of the move, then consolidated. So once it hits that, as long as it's quick today, I'm thinking it's going to start running right back up, and then it's going to consolidate up here, potentially. So this might be an awesome entry down here. Look at that, everybody. It's like taking candy from a candy shop. All right, put your stop losses very tight here. I'm looking at one of my other accounts now. Let's see if we can enter into a cheap trade here. Remember, tight stop losses, tight stop losses, tight stop losses, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if we could do like 30 to 50 trades today. We already have the Euro trade. Now we have the first SPY trade, of course, right? We have the Tesla trade. We're counting that as today because we sold it today. So that's 3 already. All we got to do is times 10. So again, let this collapse lower. It could bounce here, 100%. I'm just not going to buy it here. If it just bounces to a new high, I'm just going to play the new high. I'm not playing cat and mouse right now. Because again, the contracts are going to be pretty much in the sky here. Let's actually check the contracts. Let's see what they're doing right now. Tesla looks like it's about to start rocketing. If anybody wants to hop into a cheap Tesla trade, I think that this is a good idea. Remember, I don't oftentimes tell you to hop into a Tesla trade. I'm saying it like this because it looks like this thing is about to start shooting up to the new high. And again, that might run up $20 right now, $15 right now. So let's see. As long as you could hold this top portion here and not go lower than, you could say, Tesla can't go lower than, honestly, right there, 263. You don't want to see this lower than that. As long as it stays like right there on top of that box, yeah, it's probably just going to run up to the top and then fall down to give you a double point of confirmation before going up higher. If we just fall below 362, 363, again, just you could use that as a stop loss. If you are planning on putting a lot of capital into this, I can't stop you. People do whatever they're going to do, you know? So I can only kind of guide. Should you put a lot of capital into Tesla right now? Obviously not, right? You should never do that when it already has ran up as much as it did right there. You need to wait for a more, a more solid pullback. You need to wait for this to drop down to 300, maybe 320s. Not here. You should not be putting crazy amount of capital at all. $10, $13, $20, that's it. Same thing with NVIDIA. Well, the difference with NVIDIA, I should hold myself on that, is everybody, you're right by your NVIDIA puts now. So all the 30 days and 60 day and 90 day puts, you can actually buy them here on NVIDIA. Should you? I don't think so. I think we're going to play this safer than before. And I think what I'm going to do or have everybody do here is wait for it to pop up at least to 150. Once we get to 150, then I'll have everybody buy these puts. Let's wait for this to run to the top of the absolute peak, and then we'll start playing with the puts. Because right now it seems like if this just starts running up and we get the puts right here, we can at least get some type of consolidation like this right here. Like the last time it ran up higher. After it ran up, yin and yang, right? What was the next, causation of the trend? What did it do next? You just slam right back down from the top of 136 right back down to 132. A couple days later, 130. So that's $6 you fell, and then right here you had a 127 low. So that's about what's it called? $9 to $10 of a drop, which means as long as Nvidia runs up here, we could potentially play for like maybe a $6 drop. And 6 strikes away, that's pretty good. We'll be able to find something for a weekly, and yeah, we could probably profit really well with that. Just like how it almost hit the top up here, but it was just like, nah, yeah, it's not at the top, so we're not going to do it to ourselves. We're going to wait. We're going to patiently wait. Same thing with Microsoft. SPY, it looks like it's starting to crash here. So again, once you get below 590, just be very careful. You might start falling right back down to the supply and demand zone, quarter points, halfway points, and the other quarter point. All the points are listed on my screen right now, and I'm going to go ahead and give you prices for them, which maybe I should do that next. I could give you like 2 little price labels. Let's see how messy it'll make our screens. So you see the prices that are on my screen right now, everybody? To the left, these are your most important prices right here. Of course, the midpoint's the most important. But honestly, we might upgrade it like this. Maybe we might just have to add the prices anyways. The only reason I don't like it is because if I zoom out like this, look how ridiculous it looks. Just wait. I mean, it doesn't look that bad, I guess. Kind of looks nice, actually. Let's check what's going on here. SPY's right back down to 590. Let's go to the reversal points. Actually, Tesla. What is Tesla doing? Tesla's at 360, 350. You fell down a little bit lower, but now you're holding. Looks like SPY's at the level where we want to buy. I apologize. Let's wait for it to hit the orange. Just patiently wait. It's okay. Don't worry. It runs up all the way to the, like it runs up $20, imagine. We missed the entry. The beauty of a $5 contract, and the reason why I love trading these is because it doesn't really matter. If you buy it right now or if you had bought it at the bottom, it's the same thing. It's not going to move up that much. As long as it's like 7 strikes, 10 strikes out. If it's like 5 strikes, 3 strikes, no, yeah, you just wicked up 30% right there instantly. And again, how did I know it was going to stop right there? Specifically, it was because I used yesterday's flow. See how easy that is, everybody? So now this is telling me the market's bullish right now because it's not wanting to even touch the halfway point of yesterday right now. Which means, you know what it might do now, right? Exactly. You might literally flip the whole entire table and now run all the way up here and touch the midline and then start consolidating. That's how the market always kind of flips back and forth. It does it so quickly that, again, most people are never paying attention to it like this, honestly. They're usually like just hours and days and weeks behind. With this, no. Now you're on time. You know where the market wants to run to. You also know where the quarter point is, of course. And in terms of what I've seen, because I've used this a lot, of course, when the market actually fills this box from the previous day, it usually at least goes to the quarter point at the top, the 75% point, which means if the market holds here and runs right back up to the tippity top, you're going to run right back up to 595. And then the market's going to stop up there. So that's how I would want you all to look at it, honestly. And then let's just say you get to the top real quick by like 11 o'clock. I would double the range. So then take this whole entire box, clone it, and put it at the top, and that's how far the market could run up. If it does it, before like 11 or 12 o'clock, because then you still have plenty of time to continue that crazy trend going up higher. If it does it like 1 o'clock, it could still occur, but I wouldn't really play it at that point, It's kind of like, unless you have leaps or swings, which everybody does in here, which is, the perfect part. Everybody has leaps for upside, as well as everybody is going to be starting to buy the swings for the downside. Remember, we've never bought a swing for the downside yet. It was only cheap contracts, only one contract at a time. We haven't seriously invested into the downside yet. And the reason why is because we're waiting for 605 on the SPY. Once SPY hits 605, we can at least see a pullback to 593, 590, and a $12 drop, $10 drop is good enough for us. You know, even if it doesn't want to fall down to 540, that's good enough with me. So again, markets are catapulting up right now. You're at number 2. We're going to go ahead and see what accounts we have at $5 here. Again, every single day we're going to be starting a new $5 account. We have 60 accounts in total. We got to take to $1 million, which is a total of $60 million, of course. So we're going to try to see if we could do this by, hopefully by July. So again, we're going to be going wild, let me tell you. All right. Some of these apps I need to actually deposit here. Give me 1 second. Seems like I got a little lazy when I was fixing them. By the way, if you open an account on Fidelity or TD, not TD Ameritrade no more, it's called Charles Schwab now, you can have basically almost unlimited brokerage accounts. Charles Schwab, I have 20 accounts, like just with one brokerage. So in case anybody wants to open up their brokerages or have some extra brokerages, look at TD Ameritrade, again, Charles Schwab, Fidelity. Webull, everybody here should have a Webull account, 100%. With Webull, you can open up at least 6 accounts. Actually 5 if you don't count the futures. And with Moomoo, you can open up 2 accounts for those of you who have not opened up the second account. And I think that's all. That's all you really need. You have 2 there. Because I opened up a Webull account a long time ago, when they added the ability to open up a cash account with it, I basically had the ability to have separate accounts. So it's kind of weird, but I have 2 traditional IRA accounts, basically. So like if I deposit into one account and I look at the other account, it shows me I deposited it there into that account, but it doesn't actually say the total amount of both accounts. So again, that's the weird thing about Webull. You all will have to check to see if you can actually do that. Because again, like I said, I have a margin, traditional, Roth, and what else do I have? And there's a fourth one. That's all on one account. And then my other account is a cash, traditional, Roth, and futures. So that's 8 accounts in total right there, actually. But if you don't count futures, that's 7. But again, most people, when they open up their cash account is it's basically tied to their margin account, which basically means that they don't have 2 separate accounts. So the traditional and Roth account, when I have 4, they only have 2. I'm not too sure how other people can get it again, unless you have like an older account for Webull, or you maybe ask maybe you would have to ask like the help forums, go for customer support or something, and ask them. Because again, this is everything, you know. Looks like the market's coming right back down for us. Let's see if it's gonna hit number 4 now. For those of you who got into that number 3 trade, if you did not sell and it came right back down on top of you and now you're down, just remember that you can always sell it for 20-30%. Never be afraid to sell it, you know. Always sell, sell, sell. I'm telling you, I'm gonna have like another 1,000 trades in my back pocket. So you don't really need to hold one trade. I'll be real with you. Even if that trade goes 1,000%, who cares? I'll give you 21,000% trades. How about that? So again, just take it real easy. Sell everything. Be full of patience. Don't rush nothing. And yeah, just take it real slow. Enjoy yourself here. Because what we're doing to this market is, whew, it's crazy. And by the way, Culinary, thank you. I was reading your message. I appreciate you. You know that? I hope you always understand that. Come on now. Yeah, he might be busy right now. I think you're at work, actually. But, you know, as long as that's the case, it's just like that's all one person needs, you know, in terms of just motivation. As long as we all have each other here. No, yeah, we're going to be doing amazing. There we go, Danny. Look at that 100% trade on Tesla. Phenomenal right there, buddy. There we go. It's crazy because you know what it feels like, culinary? It feels like one of those anime characters. It feels like One Punch Man, right? Where he's like the lowest hero in the world, or one of the lowest heroes in the world, right? Nobody ever sees him defeat these the hardest bosses in the world. Nobody sees him do nothing. Only certain people here and there. And it's like everybody takes his success of the things and the people he's taken out. And in the anime, they're basically like monsters, right? So he's like a hero, and he's like taking out monsters, right? Every time he takes one out, somebody else gets the recognition for it. He never gets recognized. It's like when the cameras are coming and they're looking at people, like they never pay attention to him. It's the funniest thing in the world. It makes you frustrated. But that's what it feels like when I do this here. I'll be real with you. It feels just like that, like a damn anime. Eventually people are going to know, just like you know. And yeah, it was frustrating me. It's frustrating for me because I wanted everybody to understand and see the market the way I do. It's not possible to teach them that quickly. I literally need to teach them for months and years, potentially some people, depending on how much time they put into this, for them to actually see what I'm talking about. But, the simple fact that you do, yeah, that's always appreciative as well, and I always got to give you that thanks back because, it makes me just light up on fire, I guess, in terms of motivation. Makes me want to do a little bit more now. That's what that does right there, because now I'm just like, all right, now you've seen everything. Now you're up to date with everything. Now I got to make it better. We got to add some more curveballs here. But yeah, I'm really happy. Everything's been working out phenomenally. Like, I can't be more happy, honestly. Time will tell. Time will tell. So if you had to say, culinary, like realistically, if a person had to use all, everything that you saw, everything that you can see, right? And a person has like, they didn't have to worry about nothing, right? They weren't worrying about an additional, set of problems. They didn't have a family or something like that. They could just focus on just the market. If that person were to put, let's just say, $1,000 into this market and trade just like the way we do, how quickly do you think that person could get to $1 million? If you had to just, the first number that came into mind, 20 days, 40 days, 11 days. Because remember, to go from $100 to $1 million, it takes, I think, 12 days, if I'm correct. 12 days with 100%. That would be $1 million, I believe. Let me see. Oh no, maybe it's is it 500 then? It might be 500. No, I think it's 1,000 then. Oh yeah, well, I did say 1,000 though. So if you have $1,000, right, and you get 100% per day for 12 days in a row, oh, that's why. Wait, it was just giving me wrong numbers. Now let's try it. How much is 8? 250K. 9 would be 500, so then 10 would be $1 million. So within 10 days, if someone just doubles their account, they'll be at $1 million. So of course, like let's factor in the losses that they might have. Let's factor in the fact that they might not get 100% some days, right? And with all that in mind, yeah, just let me know what you think. Because then others, they are going to hear that as well as me. We can kind of factor that in. And we can create a system where it's kind of like Culinary in his investigations, right? Beast Mode in his investigations. Danny in his investigations. Donald in his investigations, right? Just make sure we tie everybody to what they're capable of so that they can just consistently build it up in terms of how they structured their ideas or stuff like that. So yeah, this is definitely going to help out. And anybody else, if you want to also answer as well, you can if you would like, just so I could hear your perspective. This cat is... She just doesn't get away. This is insane. I never had an animal like this. I mean, it makes me happy, I'm not going to lie. But I feel like I got to take her everywhere with me now. Let's see. You're still at number 3. You ran straight up to the 200 moving average, and you hit number 2. Remember, we don't care about none of these entries here. We want to see if this thing could run up to 598. If it can't run up to 598, I just want to see it get below 589, and then we'll continue to play the downside right there. 10 cents off from that 590 point that we talked about earlier. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Another nice low by number 3. Let's check the calls here. So you have the 600 calls. We're going to try to see if we can scoop one up for $5 here. Again, we're going to try to see if we can scoop up a 600 strike price call for $5. It's 10 strikes out. The next strike price that I'm going to have everybody buy is only going to be 5 strikes out. All right, everybody, I just filled. I gave you enough time. You should also be filled here. Again, 600 strike price. It's a 0 day. Because this is a cheap account, $5. Until I see everybody only at $100 to $200, then we'll stop doing the $5 trades. So again, every single day we're going to continuously do $5 trades until everybody gets to $100. And then I'm going to do $100 trades every day until everybody gets to $1,000. And then I'm going to do $1,000 trades until everybody gets to 10K. So it's going to be a progression system. Again, we just bought into the call. If the market's going to slam down much lower, that's all right. Just let it happen. Wait about 10, 15 minutes here. We'll then see what our next move is going to be. It's kind of like chess, you know? You do a move and then you got to wait. You got to look at the board, see if you made a bad mistake, see if you could have made a better move. Scan the board, see what pieces you have left. See where you could put your piece to. Because you know SPY only runs up a certain amount per day. And basically you already did that trend. So the dollar amount that SPY normally runs per day is normally how much you just fell right now. So again, if you track that down daily, you would understand that after it hits this point, you do not want to get into any other plays until an hour or at least 30 minutes go by. So again, we got into the fourth one because it was quick. Next thing I want to see here is this going to be able to hold, or is this just going to keep snapping down below? If it does just keep snapping down below, again, just let it do so. Wait 10, 15 minutes. You're right next to reversal point number 5, if anything. So we'll have our insurance plays as we do on the screen already. Remember, if you go to the top right, all of your insurance plays are listed right there. So since we got off of number 4, for insurance, we could play $10 going from 5 to number 8. So that white arrow below you, again, that's going to be the next area where 1, you can average down on that call we just got. Let's go check the price real quick. That call is still at $5, so we're just going to leave it alone. Again, that same call is still $5. We're just going to leave it alone. You're slowing down by number 5 now. So far, top to bottom pre-market, that's 598. Currently, you're at 589. Yeah, they might slam this down way further now. If you hold on number 5 to 4, you're just going to go right back up to the midpoint and the highs. So again, as you all saw right there, if you bought off of number 5, you're instantly up already. Go ahead and put your stop loss. You should be up 5% right now. 5% right now. You should be up 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 5% right now. You should Any option that you choose to buy on the 5th reversal point or the 4th reversal points, if you're using more than $100, just like the rules state on the top right, everybody, please take a second to actually look at all of them for me. The first rule on the board says buy a 5 to 15 day option on the 4th and 5th reversal points, average down every $5. So if you bought a call right here on number 5, a person might ask me, what's the difference between a call and a put, right? It's really easy, honestly. If it falls down into the reversal point, it's a call. If it runs up into the reversal points at the top, it's a put, just like that. This is how you're supposed to correctly play a market. And one of the ranges that we use is, again, that the 5th reversal point. So 5 to 15 days out, which means, ladies and gentlemen, are you going to be selling this out right now? You are not. So if you bought into a 5 to 15 day call right here at 588, what's the one thing you should do? It's going to be, have a nice day. You're good. Like, you're set. Just pop back up tomorrow. See how much you made. See if the market's actually continuing to crash down here. Remember, you have a 5 to 15 day option. Everybody keeps getting rid of their options within like 30 minutes or an hour. That makes no sense when you have a 5 to 15 day play. Same thing with averaging down. You do not average down the first day ever. You always have to wait for that next day's price action. And yeah, just wait for the end of the day. I think we got a nice buy right here. That probably just stopped some people out. Those who bought off of number 5 as well. Now they're also up. Patience does pay, let me tell you. The next thing you have to recognize is you did do the halfway point of yesterday's trend, right? So if I put this right about, I think the line is like somewhere over here. So if you look at yesterday's high and low, currently you did the halfway point, you ran up to the quarter point, and then you fell down going to basically the 75% point, just like how I mentioned to everybody. If it was going to run up from the low of number 3, it was going to run all the way up to number 3 on the opposite side at 595, because that's the quarter point of this white line, right? Like that area right there would be like splitting this box up in half. That's where that quarter point would be, like right around here, 595. So since it didn't do that, it just came right back down. You would then fix this to the high again, just like that. And as you all can see, number 5 perfectly matches up with the quarter point. If I then go to another chart, like supply and demand zones, just to see how these charts are, Tesla's also falling down lower here. It's below 563. You went down to 560. Okay, so what was I going to say? I think it's right here. Yes. So if you look at where SPY's at, SPY just so happened to also stop at 588.96, which is a quarter point. The next point you're going to fall down to is going to be 587. If it holds here at 588, what's going to happen is you're going to run right back up into 598 today. So again, the ranges are expanding, which means since last night's range was basically, you know, the biggest of the whole entire week, I believe. Let's actually check. Let's make sure. So that's there. That's there. You might have had another day where the range was just a slight bit more. Yeah, right here you could say. From that low to here. So this is actually getting smaller, actually. Which means if this is getting smaller, if we run up, we would probably run up to like 595 here. Because it's probably going to get smaller again, which would mean it's probably going to do maybe half the trend from the bottom. So if we hold right now on number 5, you're going to run all the way up to 595. So what is the call we have? We have a 600 call. If we run up to 595, how much will my option cost? So 595 is a change. By the way, look, this is how I guess. Well, not really guess, but this is how I know what the cost of my contract is going to be. And this is how I predict it. I'm going to show you right now. Let me just open up Webull. And in Culinary, you said between a month and month and a half. That's with trading responsibly and possibly 300% wins. So that's impossible. Oh, okay, so you said 10, 30% losses No, yeah, that's insane. So you can have at least 10, 30% losses within that time frame, and you're still gonna get it. Is what you probably did the numbers of, I'm assuming. That's not bad. All right, so look, let's go ahead and click SPY here. Go ahead and go to the calls. 600's right here. This is the one we bought. It's at $4 to $5 now. If SPY runs up to 595, 596, that's a change of, look at this. You see the black bar right here? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 strike prices. Correct, everybody? 595, however, is only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 strike prices. That means this contract is going to go up from 5, that's to 6, that's 1, to 9, that's 2, 14, that's 3, 20, that's 4, 29, that's 5, and 6 is 42. So this contract that's only $5, I'm going to have the potential opportunity to be able to sell it for 900%, and I can know that right now. As long as it actually runs up to this number here. And will it run up to 595? I mean, it seems more likely to me, honestly. 595 looks like you might just steamroll that level. And if you get over 595 and we somehow start doing something like this here, we start like what do you call it? Consolidating, like you start moving up, you know what I mean, like tilting like this, then okay, then we'll start getting out probably around here somewhere. What I'm thinking is today might be insane. You might literally have one of the craziest days all year here. I hope it is. I hope it just keeps like pinballing back and forth. So from 4 or from number 5 is going to go straight up to number 5 to the opposite way. Hopefully, right? Today might be the day it does that. And if it goes to number 5 on the opposite side, that's easy 1,000%. So whatever contract you bought for the 0 days, you're easily going to go up 1,000%. As long as the strike price you bought is within the range. How do you know what's within the range? Look at the strike prices. Look at the reversal points. And look at what's tied to what. Reversal point number 4 is 596. So that means if we actually hit 596, that's a whole nother strike price. That means my $5 option is going to go to around $55 to $60, one trade. If we go to number 5, if you go from 5 to 5, this $5 option that I just bought, even though I bought it at number 4, and I did not average down on number 5, even though I bought it early, and it still fell on top of me, if it runs up to this high, and you hit 597, this thing is going to be at like $70, $70, $80. So now think about it. When you can see the market like that and you could be that fast, the market can't catch up to you. You start actually catching a break. You start actually being able to breathe because the way your brain is processing the information, it's quicker than what the market's actually giving you. You understand? So that's kind of how I teach everybody. That's why there's a lot of people that don't really like the way I teach, because it's very aggressive. Not only that, but also it's very cutthroat. It's like you have to be very quick. There's a lot of quick information, and it has to be that way. That's the only way you're going to survive like this. So remember everything. The 200 moving average, write that down. The 1348 moving average, write that down. Reversal point number 4, write that down. You taking the range from the previous day and using it for the next day, write that down. You finding where the 75% point of that range is, write that down. Knowing how to do consolidation zones, supply and demand zones, DARP, everything that you see me do, all of that stuff matters. That's the reason why I'm able to do what I can do. It's because I literally have around 70 different trading styles, which is equivalent to 70 different charts, because every chart is its own trading style. It sounds cool. It sounds amazing. I know, but it's not. It doesn't really feel amazing to me. Like, it feels like that's what I needed in order for me to get to this level. It was having all those ridiculous charts. And now that I can actually see stuff from a bigger perspective, when I'm teaching you guys, I know what you need now. You just need this right here. Just need DARP. That's exactly how I knew this market was going to fall down from the 601 area. That's why the only time you see me say get puts I mean, just look at this. This is calls, calls, calls. The only time I say get puts is at the top, which is where you crash once. And look at that. You basically crashed almost today again. It does say 601, but it says below 601. It doesn't say at 601. So I guess you could take that how you will. Everybody's going to take that information differently, I guess. But, of course, 601 to 599, that was the same level you were crashing in December. So you see all these drops right here from the top? The reason why I knew the market was going to fall here was because you were at the 75. You see how I just showed you how to do the daily flow? Like how to daily measure it with this yellow box right here? Everybody, you see that, right? So the same yellow box, if you use that same idea and you literally just make it bigger, it's doing the same thing. It hits 75% point and then it crashes. But it's done on the weekly and on the monthly. This is when I started noticing that everything I do on the 5 minute, actually, it has something to do with the 5 hour, the 5 year. It's all the same. Like, it's just miniature versions of the bigger picture. And we've mastered the miniature versions. We've mastered the bigger pictures. And at this point, we've created an art gallery. So imagine that. We've went through the necessary components of learning how to use the art, the components, making it, the materials, and now we have an art gallery. That's the level that we're at right now. That's the best way for me to actually explain it without making us sound like, something that we're not. Because sometimes when I'm trying to explain it, I guess maybe it's because of my childish mentality, right? Because I'm still a little younger than everybody. I don't know what it is, but I tend to have a little bit too much excitement when it comes to it, and it then wears off the effect of the amazingness. So again, I hope that me explaining it that way was suitable. For SPY, remember, you're still at number 5. For those of you who sold your contract at 30%, 40%, 20%, absolutely excellent job. You then got another entrance to go right back into the trade here. Will you go back into the trade after just 5 minutes of market activity? That's something you have to decide, right? You have to be very patient with your entries. Remember, like I said, there's 50 to 100 to 1,000 entries every single day, depending on how you're looking at the market. Depending. It's a lot of different plays. A lot. Right now, you're at number 5. You're still getting below it a little bit. Once you hit number 6, everybody already knows how to play the insurance. Remember, don't rush it. You're at 588 for a reason. You opened up at 593 for a reason. All this stuff happened for a reason. Always remember that. That's the best part about this. This is excellent. No, yeah, you literally perfectly opened up at that midpoint. So now, what we could do here is, first things first, let me grab the bottom of the range. Let me fix this. And then let me grab the new top. So the halfway point is going to be at 585 for the weekly. That's probably where the market's going to fall down to. 585 on the weekly. So we'll see if it's going to hold here, bounce up, and then tomorrow finish that drop going down lower. What we could do is, at around 3 p.m. today, we could potentially buy into the puts going into tomorrow. Again, that's all we're trying to do right now is figure out where this market's trying to go, because that move going right back up and then right back down, you didn't do nothing, So it was insane, of course, but if that was insane and you didn't do nothing, if the market's going to do something, it's going to do something even crazier than what it just did. And that was a $10 run up and then a $10 drop. So that means the market could potentially start running up $15 here, $13 here. You might have something like that in the back burner. Again, that's just from looking at the current range of what we got. Those contracts we bought earlier, by the way, they're now at $3 to $4. So remember, we bought it for 5 at number 4. Currently, you're below number 5. The reason why I bought at number 4 instead of number 5 is because that's exactly what everybody's going to do when I'm teaching them. So What better way to get an exact depiction of how one would make money and how one could make money than doing something that I'm telling them to do, regardless of what the flow is. When you pay attention to flow and weekly flow, then you're going to understand, all right, now I understand why he didn't tell us to get a call on number 4 and number 5 that day. Because it wasn't suitable. Not every day you could buy off of number 4 and number 5. Of course you can't. It just depends on what's occurring on the weekly. That's the one thing I need all of you to understand. That's why I was letting everybody just kind of go crazy and trading every day off of number 4 and 5, because that was going to be the quickest way for you to learn. You need to be trading cautiously. You can't do the same thing every single day. Sometimes you have to buy off the number 3, and sometimes you have to buy off of number 5. Sometimes it's going to be number 4. What happens the most? Number 4. Number 4 happens the most. Happens about 80 to 90% of the year. So let's see. Now you're at number 5. Let's see if you're going to run right back up to number 3 or 4 on the opposite side. And yeah, that's really the only thing we have to talk about here. We all got our entries. What we can all do now is turn off SPY. If SPY starts crashing down below number 5, again, everybody, just give me a little nudge. For now, we're done with SPY all day. We're just going to hold these contracts. If you want, you could also buy calls a couple days out now. It's just be very careful, because what if this market's going to slam down lower? Well, then just use yesterday's low. So look at what yesterday's low was. As long as you don't get lower than that, you can keep your call. If you get lower than yesterday's low, just tap out, because you might just start pulling back all the way to the floor. Remember, the market's supposed to fall to 540. Do not forget that. You're not supposed to be up here. You're in the wrong neighborhood right now. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Again, you're not supposed to be watching SPY, buddy. What are you doing? See how quickly I just went right back to watching SPY? I swear it's like a drug. Looking at the SPY chart is just like it. You don't even notice it. I'm doing it again. All right, let's turn that off. See, why is there another SPY chart over here? That's just supposed to be Tesla. So we're just going to pay attention to Tesla now. Microsoft, Nvidia, Apple, and the whole entire rest of the Mag 7 stocks. Let's go through everything now. And let's see how many entries we could pick up for everybody. Futures, you're also at a very important point where it's short-term puts. If you fall below that midpoint on the futures, which is going to be at 5,833, the futures market is going to crash lower. If it holds above 5,883, again, you're just going to run up to a new high. So see if the futures is going to hit that midpoint first before SPY does. Because remember, SPY and futures have the same midpoint. They just did it at different points, and they both had different highs and lows. They weren't exact to the cent, of course, because one cost 5,000 and one cost 500, right? So realize that you could use the ES, and that's what I've been doing in the shadows. It's just I don't want to have everybody looking at 10 things at once. I mean, that's how I learned how to trade, honestly. I used to have like 20, 30 charts at one time. I used to have the VIX, UVXY. I would have the Mag 10, right? The top 10 S&P stocks. I would then also have bonds. I would also have a news, a little news box for whenever news would drop. I would have everything, like a giant control room. If you're not trying to think of it like that and get to that level, you're never going to become great with this. You all have to understand that. So unless you're actually trying to build your setups, your computers, your desk, don't lie to yourself. You can't just focus on trying to make money one way and you're not building up everything that has to go with this. That makes no sense. That's the reason why it's not happening. It's because you don't believe. So once you start believing and you start preparing everything, how much the monitors are going to cost, the desk, how much you're going to have to spend for internet, you could then start using all that stuff and start offsetting it on your taxes. Have you looked at opening up your LLCs? You've been making a lot of money here. And I haven't heard one person besides Meech say that he's used the information from this Discord to open up an LLC. That's horrible. Again, we have to start getting into gear with this stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to see more movement back there. I'm not seeing enough movement, and I love every single one of you. This is going to be what takes you to the next level, is you moving. I just need to see some movement here. I need to see more notes. I need to see more just want to be here, because it doesn't look like it. Like, the notes are very sloppy. 2 days in a row of sloppy notes, that's a no-go. Not here, you know? Because, again, we're trying to get to that great level. You guys promised me, and I promise you, I'm taking you to Valhalla, right? I'm taking you to that end goal. I'm taking you to the promised land. And if that's the case, well, you had to put the work in. You can't just half-ass it. It's not school. I mean, it kind of is a school, but... And that's going to be so annoying, too. When we open up the school, I'm going to be expelling people after the first day. That's the craziest part. That's what I'm going to have to do. And then they're going to have to go to a loser's school, where it's kind of like a loser's bracket. And they're going to have to, take their time there. Do what they can do, and then maybe they'll get an opportunity to go to the next school. Just like how we laid out the Discord. I don't know, we got to do something fun like that. You have to be here for a reason. You can't just be friends with somebody or just because you're nice. Nobody cares about that. Niceness wears off, and true colors will always show. That's why I want to make sure that everybody's just mentally, physically, financially set in every way, shape, and form. And I do a lot for you guys. I really do a lot. What Culinary stated last night, it made me feel, insane when I read that. Like, I just got so giddy right there, like a little child again. Because I remember the first person that ever told me a single word about dumb understanding and noticing what I'm trying to do for people was Culinary. He's always seen just what I'm trying to do here. And it's appreciative, I will never stop saying that, Culinary. Come on now. Every single time. And again, you guys don't even know what I'm doing for you. You don't. Maybe you don't think I'm doing much. I mean, it doesn't really matter to me. I know what I'm doing. And eventually they're gonna see it. That's why I get so frustrated, It's because I'm actually doing so much that is ridiculous. Like, I'm going way overboard. I should have not ever done this in a normal sense. And any person I spoke to or speak to, they all tell me that I'm, a little cuckoo. But again, it makes sense because none of those people know what they're talking about. When you're trying to create something that's great and you're trying to be great, you can't look at something that it's already, that's already there. Greatness is something that just pops in from the combination of just everything and And honestly, it's kind of funny, but there's actually a cheat code for greatness. You want to know what the cheat code is? Most people, when they're trying to learn something, what do they go straight to doing? They read a YouTube video, or they watch a YouTube video, they read a book. And most of the time, what ends up happening? Well, that person that's writing a book or that's creating a YouTube video, they have a certain core philosophy. Everybody views the world a certain way. And you can't tell me that's false. Everybody has a certain thing that they don't like about this world and a certain thing that they would change or do if they had the power to. So what do? They show it in their writing. They try to manipulate you mentally. That's why whenever you're trying to learn something, when you read a book that's about that subject, you never actually learn it. You're never going to. There's a yin and yang for it. You got to find out what that yin and yang is. With enough research, you will. Like for me, what was the yin and yang for profit? Making money, it was technicals. Money and technicals are directly tied to each other. Yin and yang. Technicals and money. Percentage, news, all this blah, blah, blah has nothing to do with none of this. It's technicals. So, yeah, you can't really, like if you're trying to make money and if you search up how to make money, you think something saying do technicals is going to pop up? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's not in the same category. It has nothing to do with the first word. So you have to kind of go out of your own way and research a bunch of things around the world, articles. And you guys are so lucky now. You know that, right? You have ChatGPT. Literally, when I was making all my information that you see, like all the information you see on this Discord, for the most part, like 80 to 90% of it, I did it all without ChatGPT. I did it in 2020 and in 2021. Like right before ChatGPT was like coming out and it was official. The only thing I had was something called AI Dungeon. And I used to use that for writing my stories. It would help me like think of character dialogue Because like, how the hell do I know what two characters are gonna tell each other? Like, what are they even gonna talk about? Sky's blue? No, that doesn't make sense. So it's like there was this AI program where you could input the personality of two characters. It was a lot of work, let me tell ya. Nothing like ChatGPT. And they would have conversations with each other. And then I would like pick and choose what words I wanted or I didn't want. And now it's like everything is so easy. But you know what's the funniest thing? Nobody uses it. Nobody uses ChatGPT. Nobody acknowledges it. There's only a few select people who are, and oh my God, they're taking all the capital. They're leaving no land for nobody. If you really think about it, think about it like that. If you're not using ChatGPT, you are getting robbed in broad daylight. I want you to understand that you're getting robbed in broad daylight. You need to be using ChatGPT in order to compete in this world. That's the only way. That's the only way. All right, everybody. So now we're done with the philosophy of the work, the philosophy of what this is, and we've went through our appreciations of the day. Every single day you must give thanks and show your appreciation. If you do not do that, it will be stripped and removed from you. So, again, everybody, just always show your appreciation to everything, your family, everybody. Be very happy. We need some good energy. Don't be very happy. Don't force it. But I'm sure you understand that your mentality of what you're doing right now really does matter. If you're not in the mentality of trying to make money and thinking you can profit, thinking you're going to be a millionaire, it's never going to happen. And right now, I feel like we're all going to hit like 50 mil, 20 mil, 5 mil. Who knows what we might hit? Some of you might go crazier. You might hit $1 billion. And I think we might do it, yeah, by the end of the year. Like, we already mastered SPY. I've been holding us back a lot. I've really been holding us back so that I can actually perfect the system. Because if the system's not perfected when you get to $1 million, eventually there's going to be a hole and somebody's going to take a loss. A perfect system has no losses. And that's the system that I believe I can create as a person. So it's a lot of work, a lot of months. And I've noticed there's a lot of time where I get, a lot of the time I get lazy, But there's a difference between my laziness and anybody else's laziness. I don't compare that anymore either now. But I will call myself lazy. I'll be honest with you all. Like, if I was working like this every day for the whole entire year, we would have been done with Forex, futures, crypto, and everything else. And it's the funniest thing? I did all that already. It's just we didn't go over it. We didn't create classes and videos. So that's why I say I'm lazy. But there was no reason for me to do that. People haven't even used my current classes. So it's kind of like, what is the phrase for it? Beating a doornail. What does it say? Like, there's a phrase for it. Like, you're just beating a doornail to death? Is that what it is? Something like that? A doornail? I think it's something like that. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. And that's pretty much what I'm doing right now, if I do that. So I think we're going to stick with SPY. We're going to stick with just stocks and options. And then once we get a little bit more traction here and we have a few more students, maybe around like the 300 mark, 500 mark. I think it is, right? Is it a dead dog? That could be it. I could feel you dying back there, beast. Oh. No, yeah. It's kind of like that, No, yeah, ChatGPT, let me tell you, it's amazing. I absolutely love it. It's the best thing in the world. Beating a dead horse. There you go. There you go, Mansa. You said dead dog? Wait, where do you get that from? Is that like a thing over there? Do different places say different animals? Imagine. In New York, I don't think there's anything like that. You think you heard both? I don't think the horse maybe. I feel like the horse feels right. Whenever you hear that. Okay, first options trade since I started futures. Nice little play for puts. Got it. So Elijah, whenever you get a chance, you're going to have to go on the notes channel. I'm going to tag you in the channel so you can see where your name pops up. And regardless if you're trading futures, regardless if you're trading crypto, Forex, regardless of what you're doing, if you're using some of the information and you're here, just make sure you go into the notes, scroll all the way up to the top, tippity top. I'm going to put it on the screen right now. I just don't want to show everybody's information here. Just give me 1 second. Still scrolling. Still scrolling. I have a mouse wheel, so I just flick it up once and it just goes straight to the top. I'll show you all in a second. But, so look. Whenever you have your notes should look like this. If your notes do not look structured like this, and you don't make them look good visually, like I said, it's fine for the first couple notes. I understand. Start putting some effort into this, because I could tell. Just like how when I go to the notes, I'm going to show you Johan's notes, right? And I want you to compare Johan's notes with everybody else's notes. And I want you guys to tell me what you guys think, regardless of what I feel, right? So, real quick, it's supposed to be like this. Proper layout. 1A, or 1B, 1C, 2B, 2C, 3B, 3C. And then before the market opens, this is what you should be doing. After the afternoon session, which is around 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, this is what you should be doing. If you're losing money, this is what you should be doing. And then during a critical moment, make sure you take moments of notes of this here. So now let me show you all. Let's compare the notes. So again, compare the notes from here. You have Johan's notes, 1, 1. You have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And then he answered everything at the bottom. Was it perfectly? Maybe not. I'll have to read through it and check. But from me visually looking at it, I could tell that he's at least looked at 80% of the information, read it, and answered it. When I see this fish, it's just like, remember, this is copied from a picture I gave you already. So there's no improvement here. Like at all. So that needs to be improved. AC, I like that. There we go. You could probably add some spacers in between, right? Add some lines, kind of like this right here. It's on the keyboard, right? Just go ahead and go like that. Press enter twice. Put the line again. Press enter twice. Put the line again. Then put some words here. Put some words here. You know what I mean? Separate it, make it look nice. And yeah, where's everybody else? This is the 22nd. Today's the 29th. That's 7 days. And I think I only saw like 4 names here. So let me know whenever you guys get a chance. Just explain to me why you didn't do notes. And then we'll move forward from there. But yeah, like with this has to change. This has to change. This is not what I want at all. Wait a second. Well, whose notes was that? Was that Will? Look at this. Look at this. That's excellent. I'm taking a picture of that. Look at that. Look at the way that looks right there. He definitely put some time into this note. Culinary. I think you understand. I'm not saying a word. You understand already. You already got it. Johan. Perfect fish. You know. 007. You know as well. Again, scroll all the way up to the top. Again, look. I flicked my mouse wheel once. Now I flicked it twice. Now I'm flicking it again the 3rd time. And I'm at the top now. This is where the note is. Let's go ahead and forward this. Let's copy the message link. And then I'm going to paste it right here again. So now everybody, if you go into the notes category and you click that link right there at the bottom, you're going to get sent right to the notes. Once you get sent right to the notes, boom. You'll be able to see this right here. So look, you click that and it brings you right back to the top. Take a picture of it. Click that button where it says jump to present, just like how I just did. And then put your notes. It should take you like 5-10 minutes. Maybe in the beginning, because you're just starting to learn how to do it, it's going to take you like, what in the world? It might take you like, 50 minutes. Sorry, excuse me. It might take you like 50 minutes, an hour to do it. And yes, might take you 50 minutes to an hour, but very quickly, within a week, you'll be able to do it within like 5-10 minutes. Like, you're gonna have your own structure for it. Like, you see how I do my SPY notes on the daily plan? Everybody, you see that, right? So we're gonna go to the daily plan section. And my notes are so well done. Again, I have every level for the top and bottom. In terms of wording, all the wording is right here. So, and if anybody's going to say, oh, well, I should explain something, there's nothing for me to explain. It's all already explained. That's how advanced these notes are. Is you can get to a point where you're actually just copying and pasting it every day. It's just nobody's at that level yet to be able to have their notes, copied and pasted, and it work. I know that. It's taken me a long time to do that. It's taken me over a year to learn how to do this. So I don't blame nobody. Truly, I don't blame nobody at all. I'm just highlighting what we need to improve right now. I'm hoping my tone is proper. I got to stop acting sarcastic and speaking in that tone, right? Because this is real. This is real. This is important to me. This matters. Every single one of you matter to me. And I want to take us to the next level. And it's going to happen. By all means, it's going to happen. It doesn't matter if the world's against us. It doesn't matter what's against us. It doesn't matter if the universe doesn't want this to happen. It's going to happen because I made my decision. So just know. Take it very slow. Don't rush the market right now. The only level you should be buying puts is at 596 and at 605. The simple fact that you're not at 596 tells me the market's most likely going to run right back up here. So we're going to be very patient with our calls. They're probably going to make you stressed out, right? Look at what they're doing. And also, isn't it kind of cool how I told everybody when you hit the fourth reversal point, the market usually consolidates because that's kind of like the whole move of the day. Like, you're basically done with the day. There's no need for you to do any more moves unless you're now doing a weekly move. So now you're going into the weekly trend. So everybody, the first hour to 2 hours of every day, you're doing the daily trend. After you complete the daily trend, your next goal is the weekly trend. Think about it like that. That's the only reason why I have other people trade longer from like 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock. It's because I'm having you actually trade with the weekly trend. And I'll be real with you. I almost always just make you trade with the weekly trend. I'll be real with you. It's much easier for me to actually make sure you're going to be profitable just doing that. If I trade with the daily, which is like 0 days, it's pretty much 50-50 with the 0 days because they're so cheap. If I was trading like a $40 contract that was a 0 day, okay, we would probably profit every time, honestly. If it was like a $40 to $60 0 day, there probably wouldn't be one loss. But because it's a $5 contract and it's further, it requires a bigger move and no consolidation. If you consolidate, then the next contract right below you is now the same price, which means now you need to move a whole extra dollar just for your contract to go up to the price that you wanted it to. So yeah, that's the only problem. But no, yeah, we're doing pretty good here. I would say we're doing awesome. We're doing awesome here. I just need to see notes. What else do I need to see here? I need to see everybody post their trades. So when you're posting your trade, like your percentages, you don't got to put notes. That's the only place that you could post something without putting any note. I don't even know where I put it. Challenges. There you go. So right here, where it shows 0 to 100%. You got that, everybody? Post all your trades here. I want to see everybody's trades from the beginning of the year till now. I want to see everybody's. So it's going to take you some time, of course. But yeah, just whenever you can. Just do it for me, please. Send the pictures here. And we'll go through everybody's wins and losses later today. Again, I want everything. Everything you have. Wins, profit, loss. I want everything. Everything you took a picture of. Because as you can see, like, nobody's been posting here. I mean, once in a while. 22nd. 21st. Then the 21st, nobody else. 21st, all right. 17th. Yeah, I'm just noticing like 3-4 names here. That's it. So if there's only 3 to 4 people profiting, that means most likely half of you are going to somehow just disappear from the Discord, which is fine if it happens, right? But it's just like, if you don't want to disappear and you want to actually take this to the next level here, make sure you do everything. Because this worries me. This makes me feel like, you know, half of you are not making any money at all. And if that's the case, we got to fix it. We got to fix it that same day, that same hour. Sounds like a plan, ladies and gentlemen? We'll shake on it. Alrighty. So again, when you need help, you're going to call me. You're going to text me. You're going to harass me. You're going to bother me as much as you can until you understand what you're doing. If you don't do that, you don't want it. All right, everybody. Now let's tone things down a little bit. I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Every single day, of course. We're going to look at Tesla now. We're going to look at NVIDIA. And we're going to start dialing in to a new plan here. So, yeah, Tesla's right back above 363. So, yeah, let's just wait here. We might be able to see this get launched straight up into 380. We'll give it a moment. NVIDIA starting to get sold off from the top still. SPY ES futures. You're still messing with yesterday's price action. Aluminum, you hit the 29 level, and now you're falling towards 26, 27. If you fall below 27, you could play puts to 17. This is on the yearly. So you're at a really good location to actually play the upside with the calls, right? You're about to fill this gap potentially at 26. So yeah, somewhere around here, you could buy some upside. This says you're going to run up higher. Okay. Let me put you here. I am on fire right now. I don't know why it's so hot in here. Is that your hair? There's so much hair everywhere. Remember, you're at number 4. Just give it a second, everybody. One of my favorite things is the fact that we were able to find something like that. You know that? Saving money on car insurance. I feel like they're gonna charge me even more for insurance. Do you guys think insurance is cheaper in Las Vegas? Let's see. What state has the cheapest insurance? We're all gonna open LLCs there. What state has the cheapest car insurance? Not cheapest car. Cheapest car in insurance. Maine. Don't touch the screen, please. Thank you. Okay, just go on the floor. Go down there. So Maine full coverage cost around 38%. What else? Idaho, Vermont, Ohio, Wisconsin. I thought Delaware would be on here. What states has the cheapest car insurance? Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont. Market Watch. What in the world? They do this? Delaware. California. There's no way California's cheaper. They lying. They're definitely lying. We're going to get off this list. I don't believe it. They said California was number 6. There's no way. SPY's heading to the sunset, ladies and gentlemen. It's like we're watching a nice sunset right now. Look at this. Yeah, these Tesla contracts are insane. Oh my goodness. That's a double. Yeah, that thing went from 150 to 420, back to 150. Now the Tesla calls, they're right back at 240 again. That's crazy. That's beautiful. Our SPY contract, how we doing? How we doing? It's still at $4. Come on, let's take this next account to 50. Go straight to number 5 on the opposite side. Do it just for us, SPY. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, $6 or 6 strike prices. So if we move up 6 strike prices, this option still has an opportunity to hit $37 from $5. So now what's happening is when we had bought into this call in the morning, the conclusion was that if this runs up to that point by that time, the percentage that we should be up is 900%. Now that has dropped to 800%. If the momentum keeps picking up like this, it's probably going to go back to 900%, like the possibility and the likelihood. But it just depends, because if you just keep killing value all day now, yeah, we're just going to have to buy another $5 contract just like yesterday at around like 1 to 3 p.m. And yeah, we'll go from there. That's what we could do. Shake and bake, everybody. Shake and bake. Let's do it. No, yeah, Elijah. Well, why wouldn't you include futures? Remember, all my charts are done for futures. I have oil, I have gas, I have almost every single, material in terms of like mining, right? We have copper, we have gold, we have iron, we have, not iron, silver. We have palladium. We have, yeah. So since we do have all that information, I would say that yes, it is very necessary. If you don't know where that information is, just scroll down in the Discord and you're going to see futures. You'll see trades, you'll see resources. Danny trades all the time futures, but he always posts it there. So it's kind of like the same thing I would want you to do. Because in your corner right now, it's like in Elijah's corner, it's just dead. There's no movement, there's no noise, there's no building. So even if you're going to trade futures, I would want to see you be able to potentially still build aggressively. So yeah, that's kind of how I'm being able to see who's building and who's not, and who's on pace and who's not. And if they're not on pace, just kind of, get them into order, really. Notes are very important, I'm telling y'all. I didn't know for 3 years that if I just did the notes the first day, first week, I would have been a better trader. I wish I had somebody telling me. Even all those days where I was being hard-headed and I didn't want to listen, I didn't want to do my notes, I wish I had somebody repeatedly telling me and not giving up. And that's the reason why I won't give up, and I will just repeatedly tell you in that way. But yeah, always do the notes. You got futures, you got crypto, you got Forex, you have everything that you would need in terms of trading financial markets. So, yeah. And then I need more people posting leap plays. I need more people posting earnings plays. I need more people posting, you know what I mean? Not right now, of course. That's fine. But as time progresses, I would want everybody posting that stuff inside the chat, because you already know how to make most of these charts. You have the skill and ability to do so already. I'm certain of it. Which is crazy, because in the beginning I had a lot of people telling me that because they're an older person that they can't learn stuff like this. Like, I didn't know, but it was just the way people are with excuses is disgusting. And it's the same thing, because I be doing the same thing in life. But it's just like when it was like I was falsely believing that. You know what I mean? So it made me feel bad about myself. Because I was believing these people. I thought like they were telling me like, oh, I can't actually teach everybody. They're basically telling me like stuff is not for some people. You know? That's not what I want to hear. I want to be able to help everybody. You telling me that I can't help nobody is just telling me that you're one of those people who don't believe. I do the impossible, everybody. Come on now. Just like you do in your own ways. Yeah, it's not going to, fit with me. And I used to get that from everybody. So it used to be very degrading. Honestly. It's crazy how much words affect things. Especially when I come from a family of, misused words, let's just say. No, you're right. You are right, Beast. You are right. Exactly, That's what I realized. That's what I noticed. So, like, that's how you can start spotting, those who are just, like, always lukewarm. Because then I can actually tell that person, like, yo, like, you know what you're doing, right? And most of the time, they're not going to be cognizant of it. It's like the things you don't tell people. How you truly act. Like, how your personality truly is as a person. One person could learn that just by knowing how you talk. It's kind of like the way I learned this market. The market didn't give me all the information. All I had was one, bit of information one way. And I kind of built on top of it. Perfectly learning the market. It's the same thing with people. Same thing with teaching. That's why it's just like, point blank, I believe in every single one of you. You have showed me the potential to become not only just great, but just greater than great. And I'm gonna make sure you every single one of you become greater than me. That's just how it has to work. That's just how this is gonna go here. Because if you're not, then I'm not a proper teacher. A teacher teaches people how to be above them. A teacher teaches people how to be a leader. That's it. That's all I want to be recognized as, like the world's best teacher. Because then I want to move into other fields, and I think that it's going to be fun for everybody. Imagine we do, something. I would always wanted to do architecture. Like I always wanted to, like, draw building designs. And not only just architecture, but engineering, spatial work, right? Spatial companies. There's so many things for us to do, and it's just like we're getting caught up with this one thing. I ain't having it, bro. I ain't having it. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of being in the same position. I'm sick and tired of this. I don't like this. I know how great we are, and we're nowhere near the greatness. And we're running out of time. We don't got that much time. So I think that we all should have some sense of urgency here. In terms of doing the notes, doing everything you're supposed to do. And hopefully this is the last day I will ever have to speak about notes. Of course, there might be new people I had to remind. So, but no, just in the tone that I had today. I don't want to speak like that to you guys. I don't need to. Makes me feel messed up. But, yeah, that's it. That's the only thing we need to talk about here. We're done with everything. We're waiting for Spy now. Spy's running up into the sunset. Absolutely amazing. If some of you bought off the 5th reversal point, the second time when we fell down here, phenomenal. Absolutely amazing job. For those of you that bought the first time and you got stopped out, again, please highlight that. If you had a call and you stopped out, please highlight that. Don't just let that be another one of those situations you just messed up. Remember, when you bought, I told you to buy 5 to 15 days out and to hold for tomorrow. So you could sell it right now. It's up. And that's the one thing you need to just pay attention to. The patience. It doesn't really matter what the market could do. It just matters what it did do. Because then what it did do, we could use against it to our benefit. I think we're done with everything. We can take a little break now, everybody. So we're going to take a little break here. We're going to be taking breaks daily now. Every 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours. We're going to leave the charts. And we're going to go do something else. Go outside and play with the dirt or something. That's like what I'm going to do, by the way. I'm just playing, but... I don't want to mean that, you know, in any disrespectful way. By the way, for Coinbase, I told everybody, if Coinbase doesn't get above this area, you're going to fall right back down to that 13 EMA. And it looks like we timed it perfectly. Look at that. I mean, not the top. Let's be honest. We're off by like $6 here. But the bottom is only off by $3. And the total move is $30. So that's insane if you really think about it. A $30 move already, just wicking down. Which means if it holds here, exactly, Coinbase is going to run up again. And the whole entire crypto market's going to run up again. It's just, I don't know how likely that is right now. I feel like this thing is just going to go right down here. It's going to fill this gap from the left. And it's going to make like a nice little, you know, nice little area right here. So if anybody wants to play Coinbase puts, I will allow it. I would say buy the put. Buy it at least a month out. So you already fell, of course, right? So you already fell like $20, $30. So that's a problem, of course. But if it falls below and it continues to fall, you could get a put a month out, but spend only like $60 on it, $30 on it. And that option is going to turn into like $600 to $700 from just 30. It's just you got to hold it for the full range. And that's going to be a drop straight down to fill the gap. Point blank. Same thing with MSTR. Same thing with Bitcoin. I think they're going to have some type of Bitcoin meeting today or something like that. Something along the lines of that. Should you care about it? Ladies and gentlemen, I think you understand. You should not care about any bit of news. Most of the time, it's not going to be anything important. And it's going to be a false promise. That's why I told everybody when Bitcoin runs up to 113,000, it's going to collapse again. I think you only ran up to 111. Yeah, so you're like 2K off. You might go up a little bit more here. Hit the 113 and then just instantly slam out the sky. Just like last time, right? Which means it's going to fall down to probably like right here, 81,000. And then after Bitcoin falls to 81,000, I want to see if it's going to consolidate and then fall down a little bit lower. It should fall to like 60,000, if not 50,000. I think it's going to fall to 50,000, which is right down here. And I don't know why every single time I say that, everybody's like, there's no way it's going to fall down. I'm just like, bro, like, what are you talking about? It was just at like 20,000 3 years ago, 2 years ago. And now you're at 100,000. This most definitely can come right back down if it really wants to. You can't say it's not. It's not even built on something that's real. You know, this is all just false. When more restaurants and people use the form of currency and it's needed for certain things that need to work in this world, okay. Right now, it's just them trying to make it a usable currency and it has no value. There's no smart contracts yet. There's just energy consumption on the energy consumption, which is just destroying our grid if you really think about it. That was probably one of the reasons why Texas had that energy problem, and people are afraid to say it. I 100% think that, by the way. How do you get all these energy problems like right after the crypto stuff happens in 2021 and in 2022, and then a bunch of storms hit, and now everything is wiped? That doesn't make sense. I mean, of course, the storms could wipe the grid, I agree. But why that year, not the year prior? Right? Or what about the years prior to those years? And then if you factor in, I guess everything else they're doing in terms of seeding clouds and seeding all this stuff, it's almost kind of funny, but it's like the second you start hearing about more technology of, seeding things in terms of the atmosphere, you start getting changes in the weather. So it's like there's so many things that are occurring right now from so many different random things that's affecting this market and affecting the way people can buy and hold and transact crypto, that it just doesn't make it real right now. If we have solar panels and we, every single state is ordered to have them or a house, then all right. We definitely have a lot of energy that we could use for that. But right now, no. By far, no. The grid is already getting shut down, and they don't have enough money to rebuild the grid. The grid in the U.S. is the most expensive thing that I think we have, besides our army probably. But the grid is like, I think they said in terms of trying to fix the grid. Let me see it. Let me just search it up. How much would it Cost to fix the U.S. grid. 5 trillion. So yeah, they don't got money for that. $5 trillion for them to fix the electric grid. So yeah, I don't. And apparently this says 20 trillion. Oh no, yeah. If an EMP goes off, this country's done. If an EMP goes off in most countries, those countries are done. Imagine trying to get that stuff back online. That's gonna be like, imagine if you have one crazy person just do that. It's from this country. It doesn't even take a foreign outsider or a foreign adversary. All you gotta do is just have somebody here who's a lunatic, creates a giant EMP, and then literally just destroys the grid. And then yeah, we're gonna be wiped for like months. Imagine the stock market during that time. See, this is why I need that Starlink. I need a Starlink and a couple solar panels just in case. If all else fails. Oh yeah, we got to trade that market. I started hearing about that. Like some countries are developing that. Which is crazy. Imagine for a second, right? A vehicle gets hit with an EMP. Its electronics are instantly shutting off. I don't know about military vehicles. I don't know how they are. But if you hit a random civilian car with an EMP, it's shutting off. Imagine if that car is now a target. It can't move. It can't get away. Like, that's so scary. Like, what you could do with certain types of technology. Because you already know they're going to use everything for war. That's the first thing they use a new piece of technology for. Nvidia, you're still at the top. Tesla, you're still holding here. Again, I still want to see if this market's going to run up higher. We're not rushing into it. You ran up to number 3, fell down to number 4. Now you're holding. If it could still hold and run up higher, we might be in luck here for a run to number 4 here. Wait, does it let me do that? 18 hours ago. That makes so much sense now. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for this? Wait, we didn't take our break. We gotta take a break. That's how it works. Come on now. No one reminded me. Alright, let's take a little break. Let everybody just leave your stuff alone. Don't touch nothing. Just leave it. There we go, Danny. That was an awesome play right there. That was an awesome play. Remember, if you need help with any notes, if you need help with posting anything, just tell me what it is when we come back from our little break. Everything we were supposed to handle yesterday and the days before, we're just going to handle everything today. We're going to do it all. Meaning, the new videos that you're supposed to learn, we're going to stop trading here because we already made our profit and we have a nice trade on the board right now for a higher high. So we're just going to wait for that. And then, yeah, we're just going to call today over and we're just going to create classes now for the rest of the day. So this is now going to be to teach you more than I already have before, and it's live, so it should be a little bit more fun for us. We can have some live examples, if anything. Ladies and gentlemen. Second entry was really nice. Exactly at 12 o'clock, so exactly at the low. We're just going to wait it out here. See if this is just going to get picked right back up to the top. Let's see, you started filling the gap. Nope. You just made a lower low compared to yesterday's low. You might come right back down, of course. But it's just wiser just to wait for it to come back down and then play puts going from 8 to 12. So far, we just bought calls on number 8. Let me check the DARP chart now. So yeah, you finally hit the halfway point of the whole entire range, as you can see, everybody. Party like a pro. What was I about to say? I was supposed to pick up the business cards yesterday. I just realized. Wait a second. This might be one of the most insane gains we've ever had right here. If it works out, we'll see. We should be able to sell these $7 contracts for around like 300-400 if the market just flips right back up. What necessity or what need does it have to flip back up? It's because you're not at the high yet. 611 or 605 is right next to the high. So that's the next area you're going to run to. 1,000,000%. Or we just get below 580 and then continue to play the puts going way lower. For now, yeah, this is a very high probability trade right here, in my opinion. We'll see if it goes against us. It'll be some good information if it does, you know. Definitely teaches us something at least. So if we run to 588, let me see how much our contracts would cost. Why do I hear myself? What the hell? I was like, who's talking over there? I put my headset on because I thought someone was trying to speak to me. I apologize. Alrighty. So these contracts, if we run up to 598, 599 again, right next to the high, these would be pretty much around $100 from $7 if we run to 595. If we run to 598, these contracts are going to be around $200, $230. Again, from $7 because we bought it at the absolute low right there. We bought it perfectly at this candle right here at 12 o'clock. And yeah, we're still waiting right now. We're trying to see if this is going to go right back up to the tippity top or at least hit the 200. If it can go above the 200, yeah, you might just run all the way up to number 4. And imagine, we had a reaction going straight down by 12 o'clock, which is like halfway, right? That's like the halfway point in the day. You fell a total of you fell a total of $7. So you fell down $7. You fell pretty much to one side of the grid. Now, because of you falling $7, imagine You're going to get to this side of the grid, and you're going to end up doubling the reaction, which means today has a possibility of running to 600 still. And you just made it even more possible. Again, we can now run to 600. And if that happens, yeah, these contracts are going to be at like $500 each from $7. That's going to be our most insane gain we've ever had, 100%. So we'll see. Let's see if it just elevators right back up to the top. Could be tomorrow, right? It might not be today. Usually Thursdays are kind of consolidating days where like it stays within a certain range and then just goes back and forth in pinballs, right? But we can definitely get a crazy trend today, especially because there's an opportunity that's opening itself up for us. It's presenting itself, so we'll see. $589.68 is the point you have to watch out for. $589.68. You got to get above that point. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely amazing job today. Again, we're waiting to make back every single penny. I want to make back a little bit more for this option, so I'm still going to hold it for a higher high. I still want to see it run up. For everybody that's up 30 to 40 to 50%, remember, you already hit your goal. Sell it out, and I'll see you tomorrow. Don't play with fire. Remember that. Whenever your contracts are up 30 to 40 to 50%, go ahead and tap out. Wait 30 minutes, an hour, hop into the market with another cheap account. It's cheaper than the one you just used. So if I just used a $100 account, now I'm only using a $20 account. Now, if I have a loss with my $20 account, it is physically, not physically, I guess, but it's quite literally impossible for you to be negative on the day. And that's how you had to set up your trades. Set up your trades so that the more you trade, the less you're possibly going to lose ever. That's what I noticed my problem was, is I was able to trade the best around 9 to 10 o'clock because those are the daily moves. Everything after that is weekly moves. So it's the much bigger moves, you know. Sometimes it snaps you up overnight. Again, because that's the next weekly thing. And yeah, we're right on top. Right on top of it. So again, thank you, everybody. Thank you for being amazing. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for hearing what I have to say. And thank you for executing. I'm sure we're going to reach some crazy heights. I am sure of it. That's why you got to stay persistent, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody's as persistent as us. Nobody is. I can promise you that. Up 70%. 70%. We made back everything we lost. Now we're in the green pretty much today. Now let's see if this contract can go up 300 to 1,000%. Go on, SPY. Take your time. Everybody's patiently waiting. Nobody's rushing you. And then once you hit 592, I'm instantly hopping into a put. I don't care if it works out. I'm instantly hopping into that put because that's what the rules say to do. That's how you have to think. Even if you really want this market to go up your way, if you're thinking that the market could possibly run to a higher high, again, you're looking at the weekly. Don't get it confused. That's why you have to pay attention to the weekly and daily. Because the weekly trend is the trend that the market's going to magnet to. The daily trend is your little ups and downs, $3 moves, $4 moves, 3 plus 3 equals a $6 move. Half of that equals a run right back up to the midpoint, which is just $3 because you had a $6 move. Or for example, today you had a $7 and something move. I don't even know, $7.40. So when you ran up there, the reason why the market basically stopped around here was because you were at the midpoint. Remember that, everybody? So look at this. This is today's whole entire range right now. It's from the top to bottom. Where you're currently at right now is at the midpoint, which means you got above it. 70% contracts went up. Now the contracts are only up 20%. Now they're gonna probably be up only, break even, maybe. And then maybe you might go beneath the line for a second again. Regardless, what I want to see here is a double point of confirmation. I want to see it be above the line and not hit it for 5 minutes, just like that, as long as it doesn't hit it. If the next line, then the next candle pops out and then hits it after it was above it, that's a double point of confirmation. It just cannot hit the line right now. So hopefully this does not fall. You got 40 seconds. Come on. If it doesn't hit it and then you hit it after 40 seconds, that's strength. If you hit it right now, that's weakness. Just like that. You got 40 seconds. Choose your warrior, SPY. We're all patiently waiting for you. Come on. 6 seconds left. Oh, you're above the orange. Wait a second. Wait a second. Is it time for takeoff? Or is this going to fall right back down into a new low? All right, let's see it here. If it just starts running right away, that's really bullish. Point blank. If it gets above that last candle, just instantly put your stop loss, because that's a really quick move. You might just zap right back down to the line. So you might as well just tap out at like 70 to 80%, right? Just to keep it real. Remember, you're not supposed to stress yourself out throughout these trades. It's supposed to be a real seamless process, like a flow, you know? Come on, SPY. You better not be a slow day. Come on, expand the range, do something crazy. If it wants to be slow, it's going to stop right here. And then it's going to do the move overnight again. So that's why yesterday I told everybody, if it gaps up today, you're instantly playing puts. You all know that, right? Let's go watch the video from yesterday. Let me show all of you how something I said the last 5 minutes or 30 minutes of yesterday is what actually happened today. Let's also go ahead and put some music on. We already listened to this. Let's put something else. Let's listen to... I'm feeling some like jazz. What are you guys thinking? Jazz? Let's see. SPY is shooting down at the orange line now. Let's see if it's going to hold. Let's go to the other picture and see where it's at on the midpoint. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. So now you're anchoring down on the line. This is so far so good. If it just falls right through it, you're right back to being bearish. It should hold right now. And remember, we called it out before you even fell on top of this line. You could go a little bit below it. The point is, you have to do it after this candle is above it. As long as you do it after this candle is above it, you still have the potential opportunity to run right back up. So that's what's occurring right now. And that's how we predicted it just minutes ahead of time. It's pretty cool, right? That's what you call a double point of confirmation. And there's different variations of it. You have a double point of confirmation on the hour. You have a double point of confirmation on the weekly, on the monthly. Anything you see on the daily is something you could do on the monthly, which is why I started noticing when I first started teaching everybody. I was like, wait a second. What if I just take this one trading style I just taught them and then just do it on the weekly? That would be a really seamless way of teaching everybody. And no, yeah, it just somehow worked. And then I started doing that with everything. And yeah, I started seeing some crazy stuff. Ah, my elbow. It's absurd, let me tell y'all. I hope this market chooses to run up today. It better not do it overnight. You better do it today. Remember, we're playing with the weekly. That's why we know this market's going to run up here. That's why we knew to buy the calls at reversal point 4 and reversal point number 8. We didn't average down on 5. Remember that as well. We purposely didn't because you fell down so quickly on top of it. I wanted to see you run above it and then fall down maybe in like an hour or two after that. And yeah. Then you went right through it. And then you went right back up. So it's just like we just got a crazy entry down there. That's all we got. Like we were literally finally able to buy number 4 on the reversal points by this time. And usually it would take us to like 3 o'clock on most days to be able to get 5 strikes out. I mean, obviously, we were more than 5 strikes out. We were like 6 or 7. But now, as you magnet right back to the midpoint, you're only a couple strikes out now. Now you're only around, what is that? Yeah, 6 strikes. But no, so before you were around, no, yeah, it's 3 more. You were around 9 strikes away. So yeah, I guess valuations at 12 o'clock, they still didn't really kick in. Which is kind of funny. When did it really start draining? It started really draining around... What time was that? That's actually pretty funny. So it seems like around 12:30 to like 1:30, regardless if the market's going in your direction or not, it's just like crushing value across the board. Like it's like imagine this: the contract there was 10 strikes out was $5 all day. Now the contract that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 strikes out is basically the same price, and like it's dropping quick. So like the contract that's basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strikes out right now is most likely going to drop to $7 here, or it's going to potentially run up a whole strike price, which is going to go straight to 20. So if you just wait for $1 of a move on SPY, technically, $1 of a move on SPY is 100%. Can you believe that? So if SPY just moves $1, these 0-day contracts, they're going up 100%. It's just it needs to do it within that time. So like let's say if you run up 80 cents and then like 30 minutes later then you do the last 20, then the contracts will actually start shooting up. You could be up all the way up. Sometimes my contracts, they're up, like I buy it at the perfect spot, the market runs up to the tippity top, it's not profitable, I'm thinking about selling it, and in the beginning I used to sell it, I would sell it, and then it goes right back up. Now the contract I just had at $40 that I bought for 7 or 10 is now at 200 or 100. I'm just like, I did it again. I literally did it again. I keep selling out too early. I keep doing this. Which was so funny when I started teaching. That was like the major thing I started hearing all the time. That's why I was telling everybody, it's fine. I think everybody does that. It's just like you have to be able to get your baseline. That's the most important thing here. It's like, what is your baseline? Is it success? Is it failure? And then work back from that. Hopefully it's failure, because if it's failure, you're actually going to be able to do much better than those that were just successful at first, because they never went through those hurdles. And they're going to have to go through those hurdles with more money, which is going to suck. Let me tell y'all. You do not want to be losing $10,000 for an option you thought was going to work out. It's heart-wrenching, let me tell y'all. Especially when you do it with a name that you're not supposed to touch. Like one time I did that with Upstart, and it was the stupidest thing. Took out a loan with them, right? $10,000. I threw the money in the market. I lost it all, right? And this was right after I had put in $5,000 into the market, and I actually traded up stocks, like up, whatever you call it, Upstart. I was trying to trade their options, and I didn't know what I was doing. Honestly, I still remember I was up like 30% on 5K. So I was probably at like 7K, 8K. And then in January, that thing went instantly to like 4K, 3K. And I think in February, I had like maybe 1,500, 1,000. And I just sold out, because that was literally the only money I had left. I had lost everything else because the whole entire stock market crashed out the sky. So now, because I had lost all my money because the stock market crashed out the sky, because that happened to me, now it's impossible for that to happen to me again. And my theory was right. The harder you fall, the more you're going to learn. And that's why right now I feel like, like impossible when I trade. Like it doesn't feel real no more. It literally just feels like a dream now. No more worry. No more confusion. No more this, no more that. Unless I'm trading a random name. Then that starts to slip back in, The confusion, the chaos, I don't know. Should I sell it? What if it hits the 1348? And none of that matters. That's why I can confidently tell everybody yesterday the market was going to fall, whether or not it was going to gap up or not gap up. And it was so crazy. The thing decided to gap up. And I remember at the close of the day, I had wanted everybody to get the put side, right? The reason why is because we weren't bouncing up to the top. So let me show you something. If you look at this chart here, you see how we went and touched 596 again, right? Because we didn't do that over here, as you can all see, what I was thinking was, when you ran up on Tuesday, it didn't want to hit the high either. And then when you opened up on Wednesday, it was like a perfect way to make everybody get out the market. They slam you down and then send you right back up. So, of course, there are people who have options still. There's people who have not sold. And trust me, they're not going to sell. They're not going to get rid of their options plays. There's certain people that are going to, they're just what's called going to hold it. Because a lot of people bought for December and September contracts. So nobody's worried right now, truthfully. The only thing that's going to make this worrisome is if you fall right back down to 540. And that's why I think that's exactly what the market wants to really do on the bigger scale, like the monthly scale. That's where the market wants to go. On the weekly, it wants to go to 613. And then on the daily, let me think. On the daily, what does this want to do? On the daily, if I had to say, yes, okay, so that day right there, Monday, it was amazing for dailies, but you didn't really make money because there was no reaction, there was no reversal. Today's the only day where there was a solid reversal at 12 o'clock. The last day was, you didn't even have a solid reversal there. Last day was over here. This is the last best day with price action, right? Because you were overly bullish every time. Like you ran up, you got sold off, right? And then you would just run right back up again instantly. Then you got sold off again and then run right back up again. I love days like that. Those days right there are how we get the most trades. That's how we hit, we actually hit our record in February. It was days like this where it was overly bullish, right? So we knew what direction to play and we were kind of hyper focused on that one direction, while at the same time, whenever we knew it was going to potentially reverse or retrace because it was at a reversal point, we just tapped out and got the opposite side. So imagine we played 4 to 3 and then 3 back to 2 and then 2 back to 5 and then 5 back to 1. Like there's days where we do it all perfect. Like you're literally perfectly walking the path. And that's what I'm trying to teach everybody right now, is how to perfectly trade any day, no matter what day it is. So yeah, today I would say we're the main focus of the class, or of everybody being here right now, is to actually learn flow. You have to start learning weekly flow. If you're not going to learn weekly flow, your contracts that you buy on the 4th and 5th reversal point, you're never going to really make it, something that you can actually have an upper hand with, It's always going to be your downfall, in fact. So just make sure you can learn this, because then you can have an upper hand in this market. And yeah, it's my favorite part. Contracts are down from $7 to $6 now. We're going to wait for 2 o'clock and then maybe 3 o'clock. And we'll see where they want to send this market. Like I said, if they want to be confusing, what they're going to do is they're just going to send you right back down to this lower portion, which is like 584. They'll put you right back down here again. And then you'll just start running up overnight or in like a day or two. Maybe on Monday, right? So this is excellent. This is really good. You're below that midpoint now, right? So pay very close attention to it. Because if you continue to fall here, you're going to go right back down to the quarter point, which is right down here. And if the market gets bought up, what you're going to do is do something like this. Run up to this quarter point up here, which is at 591. So if you just run up right now, you're going to hit 591. If you fall down first and you hit 587 again, right? So let's say this goes right back down here, like this. I could definitely see it now not only go up to the high, but go up higher. As long as it hits that point right there. Because that's basically its staircasing, is how I see it. Okay, so we got this all nice and neat now. All right, everybody. Let's see what direction is going to be chosen. Oh wait, I forgot to save all these pictures. Let me go ahead and save them. Remember, everybody, AC, whenever you get an opportunity, go ahead and post all your trades from the beginning of the year. Same thing with you, Beast. Same thing with you, Johan, whenever you get a chance, brother. I remember you talking to me about it, so whenever you get a chance. I know you're already organizing it for everybody. Danny, whenever you get a chance. You said second U.S. court blocks Trump tariffs, and Trump meets with Jay Powell to discuss economic developments for growth and employment and inflation. All right, that's excellent. That could be what we need right now to send this market up. Remember, all we're waiting for is just them to do something. They just got to move around, say some random stuff, and just get the whales to start buying it up or shutting it down. I no longer want anybody looking at news in a way where it's good or bad. Don't ever look at news like that again. Just hear the news, understand the report, understand its impact, right? Which I guess kind of means you had to understand if it's good or bad, because impact directly stems from that, right? Maybe I need to explain it differently. Maybe not have a bias. Maybe I'll think about it. I'll think about it and tell you guys what to do with the news. I'm going to create a system so that when you see news, you instantly know what to do. Whether it's good or bad, you're going to know how the market's going to react to it. That's what I'm trying to do. It's very hard because when I was watching this market, I've been watching this market for 3 years straight, every single day, nonstop. Some days, of course, taking breaks. But because of that, I know how certain days and certain news reports affect the market inherently, because I've been through that so many times. I've been through so many CPIs, so many PPIs, that now I don't even pay attention to it no more. It's just like a regular day now. And that's how you have to think of it. Trade it like a regular day, and I promise you, you'll actually start doing insane. Like, it's kind of crazy. It's the weirdest thing in the world. Trade it like with no bias at all. Just look for the best call and put. That's what you should be thinking about as soon as the day begins. Where would be the best put? Does the market want to run up to here? We'll look at yesterday's price action, right? Where did it run up? How much did it even run up? Up and down. Measure it. Take from what you can to then build what you need to look at, which then explains the future. Because the future is always explained in what has occurred. Just like how people could tell the future now, right? It's through certain technological improvements, advancements. It's just guessing. And we humans are very good at guessing. I don't know if everybody knows that. That's the reason why you had people back in the day with spears. They were able to throw a spear and meet the trajectory of an animal running at a certain speed. That stems from being able to predict. And we're very good at it. So it's like a special gift that every person has, really. That's what I think, at least. Which is also why I think everybody could trade this market. You just need to unlock that gift of being able to predict, which stems from you inherently looking at information that's the same, so you can actually establish a footing and a baseline. Again, that whole idea of a baseline. Are you profitable or are you negative, right? Everything stems from something. So if you ever are in like complete chaos and like you're like, all right, I'm tired of this. I've been trading for 6 months straight and it's just too much right now. It's just, there you go. That's a good thing right there. Because once you feel like that, truly, once you actually feel like that, like you feel like, all right, I got this. All I need is a little bit more money and I can make this happen. It's perfect. You just need to stress yourself out a little bit. Sometimes it takes, like for me, what's crazy? It took me a week. I swear to God. I traded my first option and I was like, nah, I sold everything. I sold all my stocks. I sold everything. I sold Tesla. That was the only time I ever sold Tesla. Like the Tesla stock. I just got rid of everything. Everything. And I went straight full porting into options with my whole entire account. And nah, yeah. So it took me a week to notice that I needed more money. That's really all I needed. But it took me 3 years to understand how to truly trade this. 3 years. Remember, that's not sparsely how most people will be. That's 3 years of being here nonstop. And yeah, it was a lot. It was definitely a lot. So in terms of the experience and in terms of the trades, make sure you're posting them so that we can actually just consistently see what's the temperature in the room without actually seeing anybody. We had some good trades today, so again, everybody, make sure you post them in the chat. I'm going to post mine from today and yesterday in the chat here. Three really nice wins, 150%, 70%, 63%. So again, it's moving real nicely, right? But just make sure you update that channel. Okay, so let me save some of your pictures. I forgot to post it on Patreon. I'm also going to post it on Moomoo as well. Moomoo has such a large... I don't know how there's so many people there. I think it's because of China. 100%. Like, they have a lot of individuals on the app. I have more followers on Moomoo than I do my YouTube. It's so weird. I try to do it on Weibo as well, but Weibo doesn't have a good community section. And then I try to do it on TradingView, but TradingView you have a bunch of... We're not going to say that word. They just don't understand. You know what? You know what you have on TradingView? I mean, it's kind of the same thing in every comment section now that I'm thinking about it. Now that I'm really thinking about it. You got a bunch of people that act like they know what they're talking about. And then when you try to give them information, it's like everybody's attacking you. And it's like, settle down. Calm down. Just trying to help. But yeah, people always like acting smart in this field. It's probably because it's with money. A lot of arrogance stems from that, right? But yeah, I hate that. That's definitely one of the worst. That's why I don't want to post on none of these platforms. Moomoo's platform is the only platform where it's like semi-decent. It's like semi-normal people. Everybody else is just like, I don't know. I have no idea what's wrong with them. It's like Twitter. You know what that reminds me of? Just like Twitter, actually. I guess everything is bad when you really look at it. Yeah, you go on Instagram comment section. No, yeah, everybody's just a few years behind, I guess. That's what we'll call it. They just got stuck. Stuck as children, pretty much. Because I swear, if there was more people acting intellectual, right? And trying to like bounce back smart ideas like old philosophers, like we would be at a much better, spot right now. It's just nobody asks questions no more. Everybody accepts what's given to them. I guess that's one of the problems. Like you get 100,000 a year, all right, I'm fine with that. I'm cool with that, And then you got like 5 other friends that turn into millionaires, and one guy turns into a billionaire, and this guy's still making 100K. Like that makes no sense. You said, "Here you go, comedy." When 2 internet trolls meet IRL. No, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even call them trolls. Like they're not trolling nobody. They're just hurting themselves. They're setting themselves back intellectually like years. I don't think they understand what they're doing. Of course, you can make a joke, right? But it's like, where does that joke stem from? If it's, something that's like really hurtful to somebody, I mean, that doesn't really make sense. I mean, some hurtful jokes are funny, right? I guess, right? Dark humor, of course. But, I mean, if it's under the context of dark humor, then okay, it's funny. But if it's just you saying it out loud and you're trying to make it dark, I mean, just doesn't sound, I don't know. Maybe I'm rambling here. I do have to send more videos from like random things I saw online. And we got some paper trades. There we go. I wanted to see what everybody would do, Johan. Thank you. Look at that. We got Johan smoking the market, and guess what he's doing? He's still paper trading. Come on, Johan. I hope you do it, brother. I hope you get things going. I hope you meet your goals and your expectations. Truly. You're soaring right now in the sky in terms of what you need to do. I really appreciate that. I'm certain you're going to hit a crazy level. And everybody here is going to be clapping for you. So I can't wait. That's an insane paper trade. That's beautiful. Remember, hop into some paper trades, everybody. Paper trades, paper trades, paper trades. If you're too in your own head and you can't pay, that's how I know you're in your own head, by the way. Because when you paper trade, it shows me that you want something more. It shows me you really want it. Because when I really wanted it, I didn't have money. I lost everything. The only way I was actually able to do something was because I paper traded. And then with the skin on my teeth, of course, having some nice people around me at the time, I was able to kind of have a footing, you know, and I need to result to having to work or go to another job. And it really did help me. It put me in a position so that I can actually be as good as I am right now, which is why I think I owe it to everybody to make sure you're in the same position, because I was one of the lucky people who had the ability to be put in a position like that, you know, with family, with friends. And I would never take advantage of that. So I think everybody here, I think you should, let's get it going. We're going to put you at that level. We're going to make you better than me. And then we're going to see exactly how crazy you all are. I want to see what's the potential of everybody here. Because I feel like I feel it. I feel like I see it. I want to actually see it, you know? I want it to be real. Just like everybody here does. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. That's the only thing you really all need to do is paper trades, leap trades, document your notes. That's it. So again, paper trades every day, leap trades. I mean, not every day, of course, but leap trades. Oversold trades. Remember those? Those are like the easy ones, right? Those are like you literally just dump some money in and then you sell it out a couple weeks, couple months later for a profit. Again, the only time we ever took a loss on contracts was Google and Microsoft this year. So guess what we're going to do in order for us to not take a loss again? We're just not going to trade leaps on Google or Microsoft until we get good enough to do it. So how we're going to get good enough to do it? We paper trade it. That's how you could literally trade with a certain amount of money when you don't have it. That's how you could learn it. Because I started noticing that I was really good with trading 1,000 to 5K because of how much capital I had. But whenever I would get to 1,000, it's like I'm suffocating. You know, I couldn't do nothing. So I wanted to really learn how to make myself better with just trading a cheap amount. And I'm pretty sure you all can see that it's kind of ridiculous. Like every single day you have a bunch of opportunities, just like you did earlier right there when we bought at the bottom. And just like how we're going to have another opportunity in a couple minutes here, maybe in another hour, we're going to hop into another play. I'm not too sure of calls, maybe calls, we'll see. I kind of just want this trend to hurry up though. I'm waiting for us to get to a new level, because this level that we're at right now, it's like right before an important high and then right before an important low. So yeah, let's just wait here. Okay. Aluminum. Okay, no, I have to go back to this account, go to here, and let me save all these pictures one by one. Save. Save. Oh, I should have saved that first. Ah, that's fine. Save. 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 Let's go ahead and save this one. Save all of these. Save all of these. Save all of these. Save that one. That's my favorite picture right there. Turning $4 to $900 in 4 days. That was absurd. Never did something like that before. I'm pretty sure that is my greatest gain now that I'm thinking about it. In a week in terms of percent, I was up 33,000% within 4 days. So that was insane. Damn, now we have to beat that? Oh my gosh. I just realized. Every fiber in my body's going to want to beat that now. And that's going to be ridiculous to do that. What I want to learn is to be able to do that with a normal market like this. Even if I had to do 30 trades a day, there has to be a way where I can do the same thing I did on a crazy day like that with a normal day. You just got to know it good enough, you know? You just got to understand it. Wait, I could put more pictures? How much more pictures can I put? Wait, there's no way. Wait a second. I'm about to go crazy right now. I want to put... What picture do I want? I'll put this one. I'll put that one right there. And then I'll add another picture. I can add when that contract was up now, which was over here somewhere. Where are you? Right there. There you go. Oh yeah, there you go. Look at that. Up 150%. And then let's go ahead and go into the server. And let's steal some of Danny's trades. Let's go ahead and add those. I think I added everybody's already. Thank you, Dr. Danny. Let's go ahead and add this to the Moomoo. And then once I post it on Moomoo, I'm going to post it on Patreon as well. So if you guys get a notification, just ignore it. Let's see now. I feel like with what I just posted on Moomoo, let's see. I think this might make me gain like 100, 200 people. It's time to grow, everybody. Are you guys happy for me? I hope you're happy. I hope you don't take this as like what's it called? Like I'm being removed from you guys. I don't want you to ever think about that, especially when more people join later on. I love how it's so quiet right now. It's just like only the people who are supposed to be here. Like I absolutely love it. I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like I feel so comfortable. It's not even funny. Like that's probably why everything is being improved so quickly. I thought I was gonna need more people to join to make me feel like I needed to improve stuff, but it's like no. Having just a small group of people who are actually doing what they're supposed to, even though you hear me complain 90% of the time, right? I mean, that's just because I'm trying to coach everybody, you know? There's always something to coach. There's always something to say. But for what you do and what you have done, it's absurd. It's way above average. We all know that. That's why you should still feel good about what you have done. Even if it's not, to my expectation, that's perfectly fine. Sooner or later it will be. And then it's going to blast my expectations out the park. One of the things that blasts my expectations out of the park is, let me give you an example. Do you guys see how Danny posts the leaps, right? Him posting those leaps, that's everything to me. That right there is basically what I'm referring to. Because to get to that point where you're able to do that, your understanding that you need to have is, of course, above average. And you have to be confident with it. Confidence speaks volumes, So, yeah. Just try to show your confidence. Even when you're not confident, just try to believe, fully believe. Get the paper trade. Like, what if you think, like, Tesla's about to do a crazy move? Load up the paper account, put, like, 1,000 into it. And then maybe your account, you put, like, $10 into it just in case you don't lose that much money. You could do stuff like that. And I'm telling you, you're going to get really good really quick. It's just you got to treat it like a game. Because every day you're learning something new. And it moves in a certain type of fashion where it's kind of like a game, honestly. Like there's a certain structure to it. It reacts a certain way. There's patterns, right? All that good stuff and more. And then right now we're still waiting for this market to run up. If this market does not run up today, so be it. We're going to wait a couple more days. Eventually, you know what that means, right? Everybody's at the level where now they're able to predict the weekly trend on the daily scale, which means that now everybody here, I would say, can confidently play the, like the larger moves, the bigger moves. Remember the other day how there was a point where the market hit number 5 on the reversal points and then went straight down to the other number 5? Just like that. You're going to be able to play that whole trend. And just one of those trends, I kid you not, you're going to make enough money to not need to trade for the whole month. You put 5,000 into one of those trends, right? Into a 2 to 3 week contract. You're going to sell that out 2 days later, if not the same day, for like 50%. As long as you're buying at the right time and you're buying the right direction, which you can find out, every time. So yeah, that's really what you all need to do here is find your home run wins and consistently get them because they're all consistent. So like right now, for instance, how would you play the weekly? Let's say if you hopped onto the live late or if you missed the whole entire day. Since you're at number 5, you could still just buy a weekly contract here. You're still just waiting right now. It's clear like this thing is, stopping a little bit. It's not just caving out the sky. It might fall out the sky, right? Might be a little early to tell, but this is the point where the market could switch and snap up. Which is kind of funny because it was at this similar point earlier. Remember how I told everybody at 11 o'clock when I had left for that little break, which we're about to take another one here in a short little minute. I told everybody, I was just like, the market's going to start running soon. And what occurred? The market fell down. Running means up. No matter what I said, I'm wrong. But you have to be cognizant of one thing. Is today done? No, not necessarily. So that means as long as we actually end up at number 1 by the end of the day, that last idea still worked out. So I still have to see what tonight's going to look like to actually see if that idea was correct. We just needed to play weekly contracts. That was all. Because remember, this is a weekly move. That's how we're trying to trade the market right now. Just by weeks. We're not trying to look at the day trades. Well, we're looking at the 0 days, but we're not looking at like the flow of a day trade, if that makes sense. You're not just looking at what you did this morning and then seeing what it did or what it can do. You're also doing that on top, but you're mainly looking at the weekly. That's the main idea. And then once you get the first, moves throughout the day, it becomes easier and easier to understand. And then you can see how that day actually places itself in terms of the weekly trend. Because if I know how Monday was, I could predict how Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday are going to be. And I actually did this in December to test it, and it fully worked out. The hypothesis was correct. You can actually predict days like that. And when I say predict, I mean, it's crazy. Let me actually show you. Explaining it doesn't do any justice. Let me show you what we did, and then you're going to be like, there's no way. Look at this. Wait, this is on the 3-minute. Give me 1 second. Let's go to the 15. So do I have it on this chart, or is it my other chart? It's probably my other one. You know what chart it is? I think it's on this account. It should be on the doctor's account. Let's see it. Okay, what was I looking for? I was looking for SPY, and then I was looking for December. What did we do in December? Was it this one? No, not this one. So then it was probably my other account. Let's go check the last one. Trading view. Let's go here. Let's go straight to SPY. What chart was it? It wasn't this chart. It was probably, you know what it was? It's probably like the monthly DARP charts. Let me check them. That's monthly DARP 1. That's not that one. How about monthly DARP number 2? Oh yeah, it's this one. So monthly DARP number 2. Oh yeah, that makes sense because we had fixed it in December. In December, this was our most advanced chart at the time. By the way, look at how this chart looks. Look at how perfect those lines look. I can't get over it. Every time I look at it, I'm just like, this thing looks insane. It looks like a CPU, like not a CPU. It looks like a semiconductor. Like if you ever look at like the semiconductors, or I might be saying the wrong thing. I believe it's semiconductors, but it looks like so like, like it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And using that idea. So all these lines right here basically told us where the market was going to fall to. And then once you fell here, and I had this first reaction, I told everybody how to buy the market. Or, how to basically buy it, which was basically buy the calls here. And then you see everything that's on my screen that's like lower in terms of opacity. All the text here. I put this all on this day right here. So all these arrows, again, it sounds crazy. I agree. All these arrows... All I did was look at the chart and then just go to Monday and then just say I wanted to buy this arrow there. So I put them all right here and I never moved it. Besides when the day opened up and I had to move it to the right to actually see the price action. That's when I moved it like right here. I'll go like that. But let's just say you're trying to do it into the future. Your chart will look something like this, right? So how do you know what day is what? Well, look at this. Just put your mouse on the screen, right? And then look at this. Friday starts right here, and Friday ends right here. So that's Friday. And then you go to Monday. Monday's like right here, and then Monday ends right about here. So there you go. That's Monday now. And obviously, since I have 2 days now, I could just copy it and paste it. Right? So now since I could just copy and paste it, now this is the size of a day. That's how big this box is. Which means if I wanted to say it's going to do something, I'll be like, all right, it's going to go up here, then we're going to get puts. And then 2 days later, it should fall to the midpoint. We'll buy some calls. And then we're going to sell out the calls in the midpoint of that midpoint because the reaction should be done. And at that point, you might just snap up to the tippity top or to the bottom. So we're going to wait, let the move occur. Let's say it falls down, then boom, we knew it. We had a feeling. That's why we waited. Now we get the leaps down here. And then these leaps, we're going to sell it above here because this should yank you up even higher. And then once you get up here, we're going to instantly hop into a put once it consolidates and goes below a certain area to then fall back to the midpoint, if not a quarter point again. Again, this is how your brain should be functioning. That's flow right there. Now you're just trying to make the flow, right? So you're literally building what the flow is going to be. And sometimes it's not straight like this. Sometimes the flow is going to flow somewhat like this. Right? But this right here was in fact the correlation to these lows. If you made a parallel channel here, you would be able to see how they react to each other. And I've seen this happen so many times where when you see it occur, it's because of the moves that occurred prior. That's why this... Okay, now it's getting crazy. Let me delete all this. So this move right here, you wouldn't have been able to buy puts here just because 1, it was at the midpoint, so you knew that. 2, it was right next to this low, you knew that. 3, if you actually draw a line like that, a parallel channel. Actually, you know what? Let me just create a parallel channel just to show you how easy it is. And then you're going to go here, create this, go from here to this box up there, and then you're going to touch that box right there. And now that reaction in the middle is what you're looking for, right? And then what you could also do is just straight up take it to the bottom of the range and then straight up take it to the top of the range and watch. It's always going to match up. It's always going to match up. Even when you fall out, you could do something like this, right? Where the midpoint is the low. So you see this midpoint right here, that line? This is what I started to teach in some of my private one-on-ones. I'm starting to teach everybody how to actually predict the future. That's the first thing I teach you now. And as you can see, just with this line, if you would have put it at that low, you would have had this quarter point. And with a line that I just drew randomly, random size, random everything, I wasn't trying to make it accurate. I wasn't trying to really hit the bottom of these boxes. I was just trying to draw it randomly. But it shows you how you could have gotten to a put right here. And then you could have played the puts to the midpoint. Or to this line right down here. The only problem is you just came from down there. So are you really likely to go down there again? Well, no. 9 times out of 10, the market's compressing. So if the market's compressing, that means the move that it just did going up and it just did going down, it's probably going to do the same move going up again, but smaller. And then the market's going to go smaller again. And then smaller. Right back up, right? And then even smaller than that, up until the point where it's just like, all right, snap. Now it snaps up like this. Then boom, the next day you snap down even larger like that. And then you go to the halfway point. And then now you're kind of stuck like right here. And like a quarter point. Right below the middle, but right above the quarter point. It's always going to put you in weird positions like that. You just need to be able to pick out the full range diagonally and horizontally. And yeah, you'll be perfect. That's why you see the diagonal lines here. They're because look at how they match up with the price action. You could tell which line is brighter. You could tell which lines are kind of like less bright, not as bright. Like you see how it goes from this bright line and basically touches the midpoint right down there at the bottom? That line right there? That's very important. I did that for a reason, you know? And where it's currently at, it's about this middle line. So it pretty much hit that line right there. Look at that. Perfectly. Right? And it's always going to do that. Every time. And you don't even have to have the same trajectory as me. You don't have to have the same direction. You don't have to have none of that the same. As long as you can actually do it how I'm doing it, it will always work out for you, even if the lines are off. That's what you all need to understand. Of course, the lines are going to play a role in it. And you'll start to understand the speed, because a line itself is actually categorized as a certain type of a speed. Which is kind of stupid. It sounds crazy. It's like you telling somebody a pencil counts as fast and slow. You know? Just because it's a line. Just because it's just a straight object. That makes no sense. But yeah, you can actually do it with this. With a line, you could tell the speed of a market just because of the angle that it's at, right? I guess that's actually false. It's kind of the same thing in real life, I guess. The angle of something does kind of depict the speed of something, right? So I guess that does make sense, actually. But that's all you're trying to find is the best angle. There's 180 degrees. There's 180 different types of trading styles. Everybody, you only see only one of those. The reason why I'm not going to make the other 180 is because I already found the best one. And it took me a long time. I had to try imagine trying every single direction and angle up until the point where you can get the perfect angle that works every week. There you go. That's what I did. Hours upon hours. And I don't regret it. It was the funnest thing in the world. It was like I was after a treasure hunt. Like I was after some trophy or something. But yeah, that's how I did it. Honestly, I did it just like that. Too much work, got to go. There you go. There we go, fish. Excellent. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to take another break here. You're at reversal point number 5. You could have a large move, but again, we're not paying attention to any of that. What we're going to go ahead and do here is, let's see if we can open up some Forex positions. I might actually short the Forex market again, but you might actually run up here. So this will be real interesting. Let me see. Nah, yeah, that was ridiculous. That right there made no sense, but it's whatever. See that trade right there? That made no sense. There's no way they did that on purpose. There's too much money inside the Forex market for them to move it like that. To get people stopped out and then make the move. Let me see something. Yeah, they're ridiculous for that. They are ridiculous for that. That was probably one of the craziest things I've ever seen the euro do right there. It was following structure perfectly. Literally perfectly. Look at that. And then where do you run right back into? Yeah, look at them. Alright. They want to play like that? This is what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to update all the euro charts. Remember, I only have horizontal stuff. So technically, I have a handicap right now. I don't have everything that I could have on the screen here. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to add some diagonal lines. That's ridiculous. Like that move right there, in terms of a SPY move, that would have been like SPY crashing down like $6 right there. And if we look at SPY right now, in terms of how much it crashed, let's go ahead and go to the SPY chart. Let's look at yesterday to today. Remember, yesterday at around 7 p.m., the euro was at the low, right around 7. And look at where you're at right now on SPY. You're at the same area it was at when it was at that low. That's ridiculous. Nah, yeah, look at that. That's crazy. You're on the completely opposite sides of the coin now. Something's gonna snap again. I hope they're having fun doing this to the market, because this is ridiculous. They're gonna have to stop sooner or later. And when they stop, it's over for them. Because we're gonna be able to... I hope you all understand that the reason why none of you are being kind of reminded of last year is because the moves last year were way smaller than this. They were not like this at all. So it's mind-boggling, but I didn't think that was actually going to be the case. We had suggested it could be in 2024. We said that next year should be faster than this year. And if I'm looking at this, it looks like this is going to be the fastest year, if I had to say. Unless we run to 600 and then get above it, you might start running to like 650, 640. And they're going to make the market consolidate for like 3 months. Just like how they dropped you out the sky for 3 months. They did that on purpose. Like, count it. Go to the DARP. Actually, go to this one right here. This was February. So that's February, right? That's March, April, May. That's 3 months. 3 months later, in May, you're right back at the same level. Of course you are. But it's those 3-month contracts. So now since that's done, and you had 1/4 of the year basically be completed, now it's time for the next quarter. And I don't know if it's going to be as fast as this quarter. That's the only thing. So we're going to kind of suffer a little bit for the next 2 months, you could say. Until June. Once June is done, I can confidently tell you how to predict the rest of the year. Like months and weeks ahead of time. Better than I've done it before. I'm just waiting for June just to collect the last bit of data. I got to let the market kind of play with my charts a little bit more after I fix them up. I love how you fell from here too, and then where do you hit? Right next to the top of this line here. I've never done this before, by the way. This is the first time you've all seen this trading style, and it's going to be something for the future. This is going to be like trading styles level 5. Think about it like that. Remember, DARP is level... In terms of trading styles, DARP is level... What would I say DARP is? DARP is like level 5, honestly. But then again, DARP doesn't predict... yes, it does, actually. It does predict the future. I would say probably DARP is the only level 5 trading style I've ever given out to anybody. The other trading styles that are level 5, nobody has them that I have. And they work with insane precision. It's honestly frightening when I do it. But it takes a long time to do it, as well as there's a lot of things to teach. It's like a whole... Imagine what I taught you about stocks. Imagine you got to wipe your brain again and got to relearn it again. That's basically what I did with those other trading styles. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to go public with those and give those out. I probably never will. Those trading styles will probably be only for the best students as well as teachers, is what I'm thinking. And then, of course, throughout time, everybody's going to leak everything. That's what people do. People are people, and I know that. But that's going to be long after I'm gone. So I'm fine with that. But yeah, those trading styles, they're insane. I mean, just look at this. Just with me having these 2 candles down, like, look, let me explain it to you. Just with having this data right here, I had all this data here. This box, the only reason why it goes like this is because, again, of that point right down here. That's it. So look. Let me go on the 1 hour. So look, you see how... Wait, give me 1 second. Someone's at my door. All right, so just to quickly explain it real quick. Again, you hit this bottom, right? And then I used the after hours data, and I got this candle. So again, I'm combining after hours with live market hours. But now that I'm looking at this, this is all after hours. We didn't really get price action like this during the day. So look, with just this, let me actually make it again. So let me show you how I made it. So look, you put the first point right here, and then the second point has to go to that, right? So you go up to price action, you see how I hit it here again? Phenomenal. Actually, that's the reason why I did this. Is because of that point right there. Now that I'm looking at it. Yeah, 100%. I went like this. Let me show you. I went like that. And then I went like this. And I kept going down up until it filled that wick right here. That red one right there. The one that I'm hovering on right now. So in order for you to fill it, you have to go like all the way down like this. So of course your box could look a little different than mine. It might look like this on your screen. I just made mine look like this because I kind of wanted to make it look a little cool. And look, it looks perfect. I'm not gonna lie, that looks wavy. So actually, I think I just messed it up. Wait a second. Yeah, let me not touch nothing. But yeah, these boxes are to predict the future. So when a spy falls out the sky, I already know where it's gonna fall to, and it's most likely gonna fall to like 509, 507. So that's how you all should be looking at this. This is basically how you predict the future, and it's telling you exactly where it's gonna go. So yeah, this will be probably one of my best trading styles. This might even compete with DARP. I'll have to see though. The only thing that really competes with DARP, honestly, and does better than it is CS zones, which are these right here. Actually, wait, I still have the other thing recording. I'm not going to show you that. CS zones, I'm going to show you later on, or you can search it up on the Discord. It's too easy to make, and I only want certain people to have it, honestly. Certain people who deserve it. Basically. But yeah, it's like one of the easiest trading styles I've ever made. So anybody who's on the Discord right now, if you want me to teach you that today, just set up a one-on-one with me later today. Text me on my phone number, and then I'll call you up, and then I'll teach you how to do it. I could teach you it within like 5 minutes. So as long as you got like 5 minutes, 4 minutes, that's all you need. And for those that want to learn, you know where to find it. Besides that, the next thing I think we're going to do here today is we're going to go over, again, this box. I know I'm kind of lagging it. I know. We're going to finish it right now. And then after we finish this box, we should be done with the first video for Generation 2, which is just going to be on this right here. Like, this is the new generation of what I'm trying to teach. We're no longer going to teach supply and demand zones, which is... Let me show you real quick on my screen. Not here. Let's see, where did I put it? There they are. So we're no longer going to teach this to everybody. The only people who will have this now are those who are in this Discord. Those are the only people who I'm going to basically teach or show or give. So yeah. All right, everybody, just give me like 5-10 minutes here. I'll be right back. I'm going to have... What chart should I have on the screen? We haven't really paid attention to the supply and demand zone chart now that I'm looking at it. We've just been looking at reversal points. But I think that's better because less people have supply and demand zones. More people have the reversal points. But yeah, all right, everybody, just give me a moment. If this runs up into the sky, I'm going to rush back over here. But yeah. Everybody buy calls. Everybody hop into calls. Hop into calls. Hop into calls. You're at the midpoint. You hit the quarter point. The next point, of course, you could fall down to is the colored. But since you had done that when you first ran up, color to color, the next thing I want to see is if this market's going to switch into a bullish market. So again, this would be your last location to buy a call. If it goes beneath this, it's just going to hit the yellow and reset all the moves. Currently, look, you hit the quarter point, hit the purple, you hit the quarter point, back to the purple again. Now you're at the midpoint. So you're going to go back to the purple, right? Potentially go up higher. Especially because you already did that quarter point touch in the morning and you touched it down here with this quarter point. So yeah, you might get equal reaction right back up now. So what you could do is the second you hit the quarter point, just put a stop loss.
Yo.
There we go, everybody. It's running. Put your stop losses. Stop losses, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that run right there. So there was some contracts on the board. They just went from $7 to 70. So let me show you real quick. My apologies. 7 to 49. There you go. So times 7. So again, a move from this quarter point to this purple line right here, the purple box, was a move of 700%. Basically. So that's pretty nice. How much of a move is that too? That's only like $1 and yeah, like $1 and something cents. Wasn't really that big of a move anyways. So we'll see if this could potentially start zipping up here towards the top. You're still only buying number 3, so you can still run up about another $3 here. Like we stated before, it looks like they're just going to do it after hours. So yeah, we're just going to patiently wait for this. And then of course you could see the area where I drew the puts, right? Where you would play puts. Same level for the calls. That was crazy. That was nice. I just had a new idea. I got an idea now. I just noticed something. Alright, we're going to test that tomorrow. Basically, tomorrow should be an uptrend. So let's see if that idea is correct, everybody. Let's see if tomorrow is going to be an uptrend. That move was $13, yeah. Of course, this means you have another opportunity for some more calls here.